We have no microphones?
Good evening, good folks, and welcome to the City of Muskegon City Commission General Session for this Tuesday, November 14th of 2023. We do have a couple of public comment periods tonight, one of which is towards the beginning of the meeting, and that's on any agenda items. And there's another public comment period at the end of the meeting, and that's on any topic you wish to discuss. In each public comment period, you will have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks. I encourage you to complete a public comment form at the back of the room. Please provide your name and home address and submit that to our clerk. Right there, you want to wave your hand, Madam Clerk? Submit that to Madam Clerk, and she'll get that to me. I will not share your home address publicly, nor will I ask you to divulge that publicly, but we do need that for our records. There will also be a phone-in comment period, or phone-in comments during each period. Folks watching at home, look for the phone number at the bottom of the screen to call in. We do have phone-in comments available.
Yes, ma'am.
So before I go any further, though, I do want to, because we had some technological hiccups last night during our meeting that interfered with presentations and microphones and inhibited us from having phone-in comments last night. However, our clerk and our IT department director, Jason Bose, and Derek with O'Reilly Media Group worked really hard and diligently today in order to get all of our technology working so that we can have presentations and we can have phone-in comment, which is incredibly important to us. So again, there will be phone-in comments available, and there will be in-person comment, which I'll call upon first. You'll have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks. Now, while you're in chambers, please maintain decorum in the audience. Keep your remarks and the outbursts to yourself. If you do have something to share, please avail yourself of the public comment period. Before we get into our business of the evening, we're going to proceed with prayer, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. And we're being led in prayer by Pastor James O'Brien from Anchor Point Bible Church. If you wish to join us for prayer and or the Pledge of Allegiance, I ask that you stand if you're so able to do so. Welcome, Pastor.
Thank you. Let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, I just thank you so much for tonight. I thank you for these leaders that are here, the mayor and the other city members and the first responders and all the people that are in attendance from various walks of life and businesses. And I just pray that tonight, with all of the host of things that they have to work through, that you would just give them wisdom and a spirit of patience to fill the room and going through everything that they're going through, and for the IT to continue to work. And just thank you again for them and lift them up to you in Jesus' name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Pastor. May we have roll call, please?
Commissioner Emery,
Here.
Commissioner St. Clair,
Here.
Mayor Johnson,
Here.
Commissioner Hood, absent, Commissioner Ramsey,
Here.
Vice Mayor German,
Here.
Commissioner Gorman.
Here.
Thank you. All right, before we get into public comment on agenda items, we do have a few items for introduction of new staff as well as employee service awards. First up, we have introduction of new staff with our finance department. Welcome, Director Grant.
Hello, Commissioners. I would like to introduce our new finance clerk. Her name is Lori Stevens. She's here to do payroll. We're fortunate enough to get her from the county. She has tons of payroll experience, and she's picking up the job really fast. And you probably got an email from her with her payroll check already. So I'd like to welcome you, Lori, and she's doing a wonderful job.
Thank you.
Excellent. Welcome, Lori. Do you have anything you want to share with us?
I'm happy to be here and I love it.
Awesome. Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have introduction of new staff with our Development Services Division. Welcome, Director Eckholm.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners.
Good evening.
So she's been on for a couple months now, but our schedules haven't aligned. So tonight we could both be here and I'm happy to introduce Jocelyn Hines as our newest economic development analyst. Jocelyn comes to us from the Community Foundation for Muskegon County, where I believe she was there for 6 years. She has her undergrad from Michigan State in social relations and policy, and a minor in public relations. And then she also has her master's in public administration from Grand Valley State University, which is hands down the best place you can get your master's in public administration. I say that unbiased. So we're very happy to have Jocelyn on the team. She's already really jumped in with both feet. Recently, her and the other economic development analyst, Contessa Alexander, have split the commercial corridors in the city, kind of split responsibility to do more focused small business retention visits, not just our major employers, trying to kind of develop more relationships with small businesses, business owners of color, prospective entrepreneurs, things of that nature. So we're really building a more robust team, and Jocelyn's already been crucial to that. So very proud and happy to have her here. You want to say anything, introduce yourself?
Sure. I'm really happy to be here. For some of you all that know, I interned with the city of Muskegon while I was in college at Michigan State, so it's a really full circle opportunity to now be employed with the city of Muskegon. So I'm really happy to be here and look forward to the work that we all can do together. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Welcome aboard, and we're so happy to have you on our team, and thank you for the leadership that you already do in the community outside of City Hall. I know that as a founding member of the Muskegon Young Black Professionals Network, and great work on the Shades of Excellence Awards just this past weekend. Thank you for all that you do in our community, and so happy to have you on our team.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Employee Service Awards, so that we can recognize and celebrate so many other members of our team that have been on our team for quite a few years, ranging from 5 to 35 years. Some of whom are in the audience and are welcome to come up when their names are read, so you can receive your certificate.
So I'm Dwana Thompson, and I'm the EEO and Employee Relations Director for the City of Muskegon, and I'd like to congratulate and thank all of our service award recipients, just with deepest gratitude for your distinguished service, your loyalty, and dedication to the citizens and staff of the City of Muskegon. So the mayor and I are going to tag team this. I'm going to read off the names, and he's going to have you all come forward. Please stay until the end so we can get a complete picture. And then, although everyone's not here, we are going to read everybody's name. And so I'm going to begin with James Straley. He's with our Highway Department, and he has 35 years of service. David Baker's with our Water and Sewer. He's our superintendent. He's got 30 years of service. And Elton Williams, also of our Water and Service. He's a maintenance worker there. Christy Anthony is with our police records, and she's got 25 years of service. And we've got Nathan Baker of our police department that's got 25 years. Marlon Dunmeyer of our police department has 25 years. And Benjamin Gibbs, and he's with the equipment division out at DPW. He's got 25 years. And then our parks department, we have Leslie Ruth Luttrell, and she's got 25 years of service. Tim Bohorsky with our police department. He is one of our captains, and he's got 20 years of service. We have Matthew Gillette, who is with our equipment division, 20 years of service. And Jeremy Velick with our police department has 20 years of service. Then under 15 years of service, we have Mike Armstrong with our water and sewer department. Jeffrey Balon with our highway department. Aaron Bennett with our equipment division. We've got Kyle Hall of our police department. Joshua Langlois with the water and sewer department. We've got Troy Marciniak with the highway department. And we've got Frederick Peace, that is one of our engineers. We have Tracy Cox with 10 years of service from our police department. And Shanda Jacquin from the police department. And also Kyle Fry from the police department has 10 years of service. We also have Terry Spike, who is our building maintenance person with 10 years of service. And we've got, with our 5 years of service, we have Sharonda Carson, who is our CNS director. We have Timothy Duba, who is in our Parks department. Jeremy Hugel, who is in our Parks department. Deborah Matt. Yeah.
Tim and Jeremy do a phenomenal job with the decorations at Hackley Park.
Yes.
Shout out.
They're like our chief Christmas time decorators. Deborah Matz is in our public safety office. She's with the police department. And then we've got Juan Medina Vaca with our police department. Robert Neal with our police department. And then we have Harold or Jay Paulson Jr. that is our assistant fire chief. And we've got Lyra Webb, who is at the in an administrative position out at the Public Service Building. And last but not least, we have Gabrielle Yadlowski, who is our police officer.
Take a quick picture of you guys, so if you could all scooch in. Mayor, get inside that line. Yeah.
Congratulations, everyone.
Thank each and every one of you for your many, many years of dedicated service to our community. It is much appreciated and valued. And thank you for the folks that could not join us tonight because either they're busy doing their job or they're enjoying some respite from their job.
No, these are tonight. Yeah, I did one. Nice. These are for tonight? Yep. Okay. I saw it on.
All right. Moving on to public comment on agenda items. We've got several forms here. And there's still time to submit a form if you would like to speak. Those forms are at the back of the room. Again, I ask you to provide your name and home address. Note your home address will not be shared by me, nor ask for you to be shared publicly. First up, we got Garland Kilgore joining us from the Sheldon Park. I know you were here last night as well for our work session, but our meeting went long. Yeah. So I'm glad that you're able to come back this evening and address the commission. So welcome, sir. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Thank you. I want to encourage the commission to vote for a authority status, a regional entity for public transportation. In Muskegon County, people are not able to move about with the transportation we have, and we need to increase it. As the premier county in Muskegon, which Muskegon is, yeah, I know, Michael. Muskegon is the premier county. We are the leaders. We're supposed to lead because we are the county that has the most people. I mean, we are the municipality that have the most people in it. So we are supposed to lead. Now, once you set the standard, then the others will follow. But you have to set the standard first. You have to get it done. Please get it done because transportation is important. People need it to go to jobs, to go to the grocery store, to go to the doctor. Can you imagine if you guys did not have a car and you had to ride the public transportation? Has anybody rode the public transportation? I have. Mr. German, Rebecca, Michael. Years ago, I went to community college and I won on the transportation, the public transportation. 2 years. It was wonderful. Most of the young people were on the bus. I don't know what we did wrong to get away from people traveling on the bus, but as a premier city, we need to get it back. We need to make sure that we understand that we have to travel and go places where people can get to, and we have to do it often. Frequency is a must. People who depend on riding the bus to go to work need to depend on us, right? So all of us need to help. All of us need to be involved with this. This is a great initiative, and it's a good way to get started, especially partnering with the region, partnering with Grand Haven. Since most of the jobs are there, you have to partner with them. All right, Mr. Mayor, I'm done.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate
right.
you joining us this evening, Mr. Kilgore. Oh, and I wasn't looking at my watch for you. I was putting myself on silent, so I didn't get any disturbances. I'm grateful that you were able to come back this evening, though, and share your perspective with us. Next up, we have Jay Kilgo, Commissioner-elect Jay Kilgo, joining us from the Steele neighborhood. Welcome, sir. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Thank you. With the Parkland Properties proposed Windward Point transaction, I just would like to speak to the commission and know that this is going to be in front of us for a long time. It's a very large project, but I think that city should grow, and I think that bringing possible 2,000 homes to Muskegon, to the city of Muskegon, is something that's definitely going to help our city grow. There are a lot of good, in my opinion, there are a lot of good aspects to this project, including the public access, including the boardwalks and the fishing piers and the parks and the retail. All of those are really good things. I do want us to be aware and really be thinking about the traffic that goes in and out of this area currently. Before this project, right now, during the summers, those who live down going towards the pier, there are times of slow traffic. So there are going to be things that we need to think about as a city to not bottleneck all of the residents down in this area. But with the purchase options for the city and being able to have a piece and be a part of this beautiful project, I think all of those things are great. I think that people that live in the inner city or in non-lakeshore parts of the city, some of those people will buy properties down here, and they'll put their properties that they own now up for sale. So it's a cycle, it's a big circle, and I think overall it'll be really good for our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you joining us this evening, and look forward to you joining the commission come January. Next up, we have Jamie Cross, a NIMS neighbor. Welcome. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Thank you. So if you're not from here, or you are from here, you probably know when you step over the railroad tracks down along Lakeshore Drive, pretty much you're stepping into what used to be Muskegon Lake, filled in over the years by lumber and other industry. highly contaminated in many places along the lakefront, including Sappi. So I grew up in Muskegon. My family moved out of the city when I was 2, lived in Norton Shores. We could smell Sappi from my home. When my daughter was little, and she's 30 now, so it's not that long ago, she used to call it the stinky station. So I'm really thankful that Sappi's gone. I'm really thankful that Pure Muskegon actually worked to lift that consent agreement between Sappi and Melching. I don't even know how it actually got signed to begin with. But there are a lot of concerns at the Sappi site, as we know. So you are the gatekeepers. It's been plain that the Planning Commission cannot deal with any of the contamination issues. So I'm looking to you as a gatekeepers, not just for Sappi, but for the entire lakefront. I've seen things pass through here that have maps of contamination with little or no conversation about what is contaminated on the lakefront. So I have some recommendations. One of them is to find out what the timeline is for cleanup and a plan for cleanup, ask for the minimum and the maximum, and let us decide what needs to be cleaned up. It might not be the minimum. We might need more. Also, I noticed that at the first planning meeting, there was discussion about setback of 35 feet and also a vegetative buffer. I didn't hear that at the second planning meeting, so I'd like to make sure that's being implemented. So those are some of the major concerns. And I just want to mention too, in 2004, the city of Petoskey had a development that was built over an old cement plant. In 2004, people could not have contact with Lake Michigan because of the leachate that was leaching from that cement plant. So that had to, millions of dollars later, it is now fixed. So we just don't want to make mistakes anymore. So look for experts and ask more for cleanup. I also, as you know, public access is big for me, and I appreciate the public access that it is in this site. And you know my mantra, $80 million, public funds, $15 million to clean up the PFAS, $1 million to drop the stack, money to put in to remove the railroad track. There will be more public money used for this site. There has to be for the cleanup that's needed. Let's make sure there's a good amount of public access for people that have worked hard to make sure that our lake is ripe for development. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cross. Appreciate you joining us this evening. Next up, we have Anna Mae Lathrop joining us from the Angel neighborhood. Welcome.
Hi.
You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
I was a part of a transportation project in Muskegon County Jail last fall with the Women's Resource Center in Reed, Muskegon. We began collecting stories from inmates that had issues with transportation. Following up from that, we partnered with the Reed Muskegon Literacy Collaborative and now with the Livability Lab to advocate for a change in transportation. Prior to coming here today, I rode the bus for 7 hours last week and collected more stories from current bus riders. And in doing so, this is what I've learned from them. A lot of the bus riders now, they love the fact that the bus drivers are very friendly and acquainted with them. They know them even on a first name basis, that they're able to get to their appointments during the day. The younger people like the QR code that you can scan, but some of the older people didn't really know about it. They like the trip planner on the MATS transportation website. But here's some of the things that they wanted to know if we could get more of, like longer service hours for like employment and evening events, including even like weekends. Safer stops that include better lighting, shelters, and wheelchair accessibility. And to expand the service routes into townships and further outside of the city. Because a lot of people don't know this, but did you know that there's not one shift that you can use the transportation services to get to and from work in Muskegon County? Yeah, we have the Go Bus, but with that, you have to have a smartphone, an internet connection, and a credit card. So I understand that there's also been a survey sent out to registered voters about a potential millage. It is important to note that the majority of the people that were likely to return them surveys were people that don't ride the public transportation. They don't use our mass busing system. This is why I've taken the time to advocate for current bus riders that haven't had a chance to have their voices heard or they don't know how to. And one of the stories that really touched me was there was a single mother trying to put her life together, and the busing system was the only way she had to do it. She shared that she had to walk in the cold, the rain, the snow, alongside busy roads with young children trying to meet the criteria before her. Without proper or safe transportation, she wouldn't have been able to do that. And transportation doesn't just affect one person, it affects everybody living within the city of Muskegon. And so I feel like we need to come together as a whole county and build a transportation system that's successful.
Thank you. Appreciate you joining us tonight and sharing your insights, your input, and for your advocacy. Thank you. Next up, we have our Lakeside neighbor, David Medendorp. Welcome, sir. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
My name is Dave Medendorp. I live at 2314 Harrison. I'm directly across from the center of the Sappy site. So I've watched everything happen. A little bit of history that'll help is 1994 I bought a house on Beach Street. And then in 95 I moved to Great Lakes Marina in the summertime, and I was renting out my house. And the property along McCracken and Lakeshore and Greenwood went for sale, and we built 27 houses there in the city, and there had been no developments in the city in a long time. That was the first big development in the area. This will be the next big development right in Lakeside that's happening. We talked about traffic a little bit, so I used to sit there and watch the traffic. There was 900 people that worked at the paper mill that came and went every day, and there was contractors that came and went every day. So when people are talking about increased traffic, there will be an increase of traffic, but it was never that bad. Once in a while there'd be 3 semis that show up at once, and it would clog traffic, but it wasn't that bad, and it's a lot better than other places. I would like it to be a golf course across the street, but that's not practical. John's planning on building a variety of buildings, and I think that those buildings will be beautiful, and they'll provide things that we'll enjoy going to the coffee shop, we'll enjoy going to the restaurant, we'll enjoy taking walks on public streets on the property, and we'll enjoy some public access. So as a city, I think it's going to be good. We've been on Harrison for 8 years, and we've watched the project. We started with 47 buildings, and we're down to I think 3 right now. And we've watched it, and I'd like to see it developed in my lifetime. The advantage of John developing it is it's not a company from California, it's not somebody from Oklahoma or somewhere else from Miami. It's somebody that we've watched for years. As I first met him when he was developing Ellenwood Landing, and that turned out super beautiful. It still is today. And I just rode through Terrace Point on the way down here. That turned out beautiful. John's stuff just seems to turn out pretty. Now, he's gonna I would start with the easiest spots on the property to build and work my way through to the hardest spots. And he's gonna discover stuff along the way, working with his environmental people. And, they'll say, don't build here, do this, do that. And he's gonna go through that along the way. So I think and John will have to give full disclosure to whoever builds there and whoever wants to live there. So I just encourage you to say yes to the development and let Eagle worry about the contamination. This is a really good project for the neighborhood and Muskegon.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you joining us tonight and sharing your perspective. Close-up perspective as someone that lives across the street from the property. All right, change of topics. We'll be coming back to this topic. But change it up a little bit. We got Brian McCarthy joining us from Lakeside as well. Welcome, sir. You have 3 minutes
Thank
to
you.
provide your remarks.
So I wanted to remark on 2 items. One being the Pure Marquette South bathroom. So I see that is the initial contract for the design, the scope of work of that is being looked at tonight. I would just consider the scope of work, and maybe there's an opportunity to improve that concession in a much more meaningful way. So currently Matt Kite is in that building, and they're doing a great job. They've been there for years and years and years, and by no means am I discouraging you from continuing business with them. But maybe there's an opportunity to increase the size of that building. I think there's a lot of construction guys in the room. We know the incremental cost once the crew's on site. It doesn't cost much to pour a little extra concrete. A few more 2x4s and shingles for roofing doesn't cost too much more. So if we can expand that concession to offer opportunity to the many vendors who've been participating in concession agreements for years and years, I think we'll have some people come out of the woodwork and be excited about the opportunity to offer their business to the thousands and thousands of potential customers that visit our beach. So with that said, I'm curious if we need to pull the lease agreement with Matt Kite from the consent agenda and discuss that a little bit further. I don't know if executing that agreement tonight is in our best interest. Maybe we just want to kick that can down the road a little bit so we can figure out a true scope of work for this project, know what style of building is going to go there, and also really talk to Matt Kite and understand their space needs. As it looks right now, it looks to be used as primarily storage, and I know they run their classes out of there, but it's do we know if they're using that as a classroom, or are these students going inside to learn before they're going outside with the equipment? So I think we should assess Matt Kite's need for that space. Maybe if we can't find it in the budget to increase the size of that building, maybe there's an opportunity to divide that space up and at least offer the opportunity for another vendor to join Matt Kite. And I think maybe even Matt Kite would be excited about that. Right now, when they're not offering classes, the doors are closed and nobody's down there doing any business. So maybe having an additional vendor down there that's open 7 days a week, offering some kind of exciting item, would maybe even drum up a little more prospective customers for Matt Kite. Now, I will say this, the potential vendor that does go in there, if this is an opportunity, we can look to Grand Haven and, business like Pronto Pup. That's kind of a staple in Grand Haven, and if you drive down there, you'll see a line of hundreds of people. I think we can do something like that right here in Muskegon and just create something really exciting. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Appreciate you sharing your input tonight, as well as last night. Welcome back. All right. Beechwood Bluffton neighbor, Marcia Hovey Wright. Welcome. You have your 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Thank you. My name is Marcia Hovey Wright. I'm the county commissioner for this district where the PUD is being discussed. And so I was invited to see the property firsthand by Mr. Rux. And so I'm here to say a few words. I began to get involved with this project back when the chimney came down. And I was a state rep at the time. And I remember people saying, well, this is where we want to develop. This is like land that we don't want to use for anything else. This needs to be developed. The contamination was minimized. But then Pure Michigan came along, and I see a lot of the members of Pure Michigan, and bought the property to make sure that it got developed in a way that Muskegon wanted it, to be developed. And then, of course, John Rux came along, and I'm not sure what the status. I know he hasn't bought it yet, but has offered to buy it. And as many people here in the audience and we need 3,000 units of housing units, and not just at the subsidized levels, but at the higher levels as well. And we need another 6,000 in the county. So I think this, we're not going to have low-income units, but I think, as I recall, he was going to address middle income and above. So I thought that was good. Now, since the beginning, much more contamination has been developed, and I have a lot of concerns about that. And I know that the DEQ wants to, needs to be very diligent about what it requires so that that land is safe for people to live on. So it's not perfect. I know there are concerns about public access, but the city stepped in and bought a whole chunk in the middle, which I really admire. Thank you. But this is a pretty darn good project, and we just have to make sure that it's safe for the residents that live there. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you joining us tonight, Commissioner Hovey Wright. And thanks for your role in moving this project forward over the years, so we're now in a position to potentially see it redeveloped. All right, next up, we have Roger Rappaport joining us from the Glenside neighborhood. Welcome, Commissioner. Welcome, Mr. Rappaport.
Thank you. So good
You
evening.
have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Thank you. I'm requesting that the Commission table the Windward Point PUD application pending further investigation of a false and misleading claim made by the applicant, Parkland Properties, which has repeatedly asserted in public meetings, hearings, and communication with the State Environmental Agency, EGLE, as well as the media as recently as Sunday, that identified carcinogenic PFAS in the Windward Point soil is not discharging from this badly contaminated site into the Muskegon Lake watershed. In October of 2022, Pure Muskegon's grant application for $15 million in state funding for PFAS remediation, signed by County Administrator Mark Eisenbarth with Pure Muskegon executives, disagreed with this contention 100%. In the application, here's what Pure Muskegon said. Through extensive investigation, Pure Muskegon has since documented the presence of PFAS chemicals in soils and groundwater at the property and determined that PFAS is venting from property into Muskegon Lake. Based on information generated by Pure Muskegon's investigations, it is now believed that PFAS likely has been discharging from the property into Muskegon Lake for decades, posing risk to lake and its fishery resources, drinking water, and groundwater. Seller Pure Muskegon and buyer Parkland disagree on this point. If Parkland is correct, then Pure Muskegon's state application is false. If Pure Muskegon's 2022 application is correct, then Parkland's repeated statements to the city commissions, residents, and the media are false. Making false statements to city officials raises serious questions about the integrity and credibility of the applicant. Pure Muskegon's grant application is submitted to the state and regulators at EGLE, as well as scientists who regularly study Muskegon Lake, have confirmed the discharge of PFAS and heavy metals into the lake, affecting waters and fisheries. In addition, Pure Muskegon's environmental consultants have confirmed that Windward Point groundwater has the same pH as bleach. Current venting of site gases, methane, and hydrogen sulfide also pose a significant flammability and explosivity risk. The Commission needs to investigate and find out who is wrong, Parkland or Pure Muskegon. Given the uncertainty created by Parkland's denial of PFAS contamination discharging into Muskegon Lake, the Commission should table the PUD application for Windward Point, and any future applicant should present an acceptable remediation plan with a realistic timeline, budget, and proof of the ability to pay for this work with contingency funding built in. Here's a map of the site you're going to approve tonight. This is where the PFAS is, discharging into the lake apparently, or maybe not, if you believe the applicant. I think we have a serious question here. If in fact the applicant has made a false statement or a misleading statement, not only to the Planning Commission, but also to the city in a public meeting where it was repeatedly stated that there was no PFAS going into the lake, I think we need to have some time to work this out. No doubt we can work this out, and I'm eager to see it happen. I am not opposed to anything happening with this site. Thank you.
Mr. Rappaport. Appreciate you joining us tonight. Next up, we have Mark Flamon joining us from the NIMS neighborhood. Welcome, sir. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
I live in Nims neighborhood, real close to another development that Parkland is doing. Thank you for that. I'm here as a chairman of the Lakeside Business Improvement District. We support this development. We suffered one of the hardest 10 years since the paper mill has closed, and it's time to move forward with this project, and we support John in getting it done. So thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for joining us tonight. Mr. Epperport, Ms. Cross, would you mind continue your conversation just a little bit away from the doorway? Thank you. Next up, we have got John, excuse me, I might get this last name wrong, Nieuwenhuis? How about Nieuwenhuis? Right. There we go. John Nieuwenhuis joining us from the Beechwood Bluffton neighborhood. Welcome, sir. You have 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Thank you, sir. John Nieuwenhuis, we live at Balcombs Cove. Been there for 10 years. Just like to encourage the commission to approve the Windward Point PUD. We've had the privilege of working with John on several occasions, City View condos in Grand Rapids. We walked into a gutted out office building, and a year later we moved into a beautiful condo. Union Square High School, we bought a condo there for ourselves, for our daughter as well. There again, walked into a deserted high school. A year and a half later, we moved into 2 beautiful condos. When High Point Flats first came up, it was going to be a condo development. I think we were one of the first people to put a deposit down on that. We also had a slip at Terrace Point Marina and witnessed the transformation when John took that over. So I'm just here to encourage you to vote yes, because we've seen what he can do, we've seen his vision, and we've seen his competency in completing these projects, and he does what he says he's going to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate you joining us this evening, Mr. Nieuwenhuis, and sharing your perspective. Also joining us from the Beechwood Bluffton neighborhood, we have Ms. Nina Lease. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Hi, thank you. I'm here to talk about Windward Point. I've been associated with Muskegon for 50 years. I grew up in Bluffton. My parents lived there until they passed. So I went past the paper mill property. It was a way of life. I went past it every day. I saw it transform from SD Warren to Sappy. Yes, the smog, the noise, the traffic, being close to the road. And when it shut down, you saw the siding kind of flapping in the wind and stuff. So over the years, there have been industrial developers who have been interested in this property. So I am thrilled to know that we have something that is a non-industrial opportunity here for this property. Am I concerned about the PFAS and that? Absolutely. But in researching this, there are many experts out there that know more about this than any of us, that Eagle will look at it, and not just Eagle alone, that in the research I found there's a commission called MPART, so it's Michigan PFAS Action Resolution Team, and it was formed in 2017, and their role is to monitor sites within Michigan. There's 74 they're monitoring, and to make recommendation around remediation. So my message there is just work with the experts, trust the experts. That's what they're there for. So specifically to the PUD and the plans for Parkland, since August, they've been doing one-on-one and a lot of community engagement. I personally have been involved in some of these, and every time I get involved in one, it's been changing. He's been listening to the community. He's been listening to the feedback, the public access, the parks. There's a lot of things that he's been doing there. Would I like to see a promenade around it? Absolutely. But I have to put my business hat on and say this is a private business that has to have a solid business case to move forward. John has proven himself with multiple successful transformations, not just in our city, but in other cities. So we can critique this plan forever and kind of just critique it to death. But there comes a point where you just have to move forward and take action. We know, as any good plan, that a time comes as you're working through the plan, you're going to find things are going to come up, you're going to be needing to make a change. But we won't know until we start getting into it. What I'd like to end with is this quote by one of my favorite leadership authors. It's, "Planning is bringing the future into the present so that you can do something about it now." Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you joining us tonight, Miss Lease, and returning from last night. Welcome back. We appreciate the engagement. Next up, Larry Page, joining us from the Beechwood Bluffton neighborhood. Welcome, sir. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Larry Page, 3328 Wilcox Avenue. You got my name exactly right, Mr. Mayor. I'm here to talk a little bit about the proposed planned unit development. I represent a nonprofit called Pigeon Hill Alliance that we put our nonprofit together about 12 years ago, 12 years ago, and put a ballot proposal on the ballot during the 2012 presidential election, along with 14 other ballot proposals, all of which lost except our proposal. Our proposal was to change the zoning of the Sappy property from industrial to waterfront marine. We picked because it was like, that was what it was down there, right? Our proposal passed in every precinct of the city. We passed unanimously in every precinct of the city. I think we had the best rate of passing of any proposal anytime in the history of the city, right? The owner of the property at the time, who proposed to make put a scrapyard in there, took the city to court, and we joined the court. We joined that action, and we lost in court and also subsequently in appeals. Right, but we found learned a lot of interesting information. It cost a lot of money to learn it, but we learned it. One thing we learned is zoning can only be changed in two ways. It can be changed by the leadership, the elected leadership of the area that the zoning is in. In this case, would be the commission of the city of Muskegon, or by the request of the owner of the property. Right. Outside of that, you can have all the votes you want at that point. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what the people say. The owner, the city commission. That's where the zoning is. So I'm here to talk to you as the city commission, ladies and gentlemen, to look at this zoning, which is still underlying, right? And most of you, I'm sure, I don't have to remind you that the PUD is called a PUD overlay because it overlays the existing zoning. And should something happen, and the PUD is not able, the developer is not able to, the zoning will not be changed. Right? So please, change the zoning, please.
Thank you, Mr. Page. Appreciate you joining us this evening. All right. Still got several forms to go. And we have next up Judith Hayner joining us from Laketon Township. Welcome. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Thank you. Managing progress and positive change and growth is as challenging as managing depression and recession and all of those things. I want to compliment your efforts at managing progress in Muskegon. I think we're seeing progress, and I really appreciate your ability to balance the issues and needs of the citizens with the issues and needs of pushing this community forward. So I just want you to know how much I appreciate it. I also appreciate the gentlemen that are sitting in this audience that 8 years ago, is that how long it's been? 10 years ago, made a decision to risk a lot to make sure that this property was not going to be a scrapyard, and that in fact we were going to have the time to figure out what it should be, but it wasn't going to be that. I am lucky to know these people. I know how hard it's been, and I know how long it's been, and I really am grateful to them. I'm also grateful for the PUD plans. I'm very excited about those plans. John Rooks is somebody in Muskegon that's making things happen, and that's what I love about Muskegon. You can make things happen, and he's somebody that's doing that. What I really love about that particular plan is the diversity of price points and housing, because it creates a diversity of neighborhood and neighbors. And I think that that, to me, for that development, is the most unique thing that I've seen as I followed all of the things that are happening. And I think it has the ability to be really, really significant for Muskegon to create those kind of opportunities. And I think the gentleman earlier talked about the circle, so people might move there, which means you're freeing up other housing stock. So I think, you know, it's like in the worst recession, I realized that money has to move in order for us not to fall off the earth. If it's not moving and it all stops, it's a problem. So this kind of impact, I think, on the housing in Muskegon County could be really significant. So I'm hoping that you're going to be able to continue to do your charge, which is to help Muskegon grow, and I'm looking forward to what's going to happen at Windward Point. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you sharing your perspective with us. Also from Laketon Township, we have Sarah Sass. Welcome, Sarah. You have 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Okay, I'm here in support of Parkland Properties and hopefully a yes vote on the PUD. Going from running that development that they own now to have an invested interest in it, they've made a difference there. And so I really hope that you vote yes and push it forward, because it makes a difference to me, my business, and the community.
Thank you. Appreciate you sharing your perspective. Next up, we have Chad Carlson joining us from Muskegon Township. Welcome, Chad. You have 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Well, my name is Chad Carlson, and I am the owner of Quality Maintenance Contractors located right in North Muskegon. We are an industrial coatings applicator, and in 2002, we got involved in the brownfield gas vapor barrier installation process. And we have worked with Eagle on hundreds of locations. Just listing a few of them: Grand Landing, Adams Row Housing in Grand Haven, Terrace Point Housing, Viridian Housing Development here in Muskegon, the Trilogy Health Assisted Living Center that's just been built, Muskegon Catholic Diet Detox Center, the Muskegon Rescue Mission, and the Samaritas Affordable Living Senior Apartments in Muskegon. These are just a few of the sites that we have installed gas vapor barriers that were approved by Eagle. And I just wanted to voice my support for this project, and the fact that Eagle is going to be studying this and making the recommendations. I would want if I were going to move into this area, I would definitely feel comfortable in knowing that it was studied, and the technology that they use for these things, I would be very comfortable in having my family live there. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your perspective. Next up, we have Wes Eklund joining us from the city of Norton Shores. Welcome, sir. You have 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm also with Pure Muskegon. And really, I just wanted to address a few issues that have been floating around on social media regarding the safety of the property at Windward Point from an environmental perspective. One issue has been nobody can walk the property. Well, that's not true. Prospective buyers, environmental consultants, contractors, and I've walked the property many times with my dog. Nobody's been burned, poisoned by gas, or seen any explosions. The worst I know that's been happened is vehicles have gotten flat tires. There's a lot of small debris remaining out there from the more than 100 buildings that we had destroyed and demolished when we first bought the property, which is really what kept us busy the first few years, getting the buildings removed and getting the site cleared and ready for whatever was going to come next. I would say that over the time that Pure Muskegon has been involved with the property, we've dealt with 2 environmental firms ourselves, and with different prospective buyers, there's been 2 or 3 or 4 more environmental firms that have looked terribly closely at the property. And we worked with Eagle constantly throughout the whole process. At no time did anyone say to us, you can't develop this property. There are due care obligations with the contamination on the property, which is considered a brownfield. Some of it's unusual, some of it's not unusual. We worked with John Rooks, and his company has done brownfield development before. They can do all kinds of mitigation, due care, protecting the workers. They can use vapor barriers, they can use venting, they can use lots of things to make sure that the site's going to be safe for construction. Another issue I'm concerned with is on social media. It's kind of been implied that Pure Muskegon hasn't done what it should have done, is trying to get away with something or doing something improper. Nothing could be further from the truth. There's been more than $2 million spent in environmental consultants all along the way, trying to figure out how we can get this property developed. We even applied for and received a patent for a novel way of mitigating PFAS. That unfortunately has not been accepted by Eagle, simply because it's new, hasn't been proven, and they're not willing to step out of the box and try new things. That's why we dug multiple pits on the property for test purposes. We also did a pump and treat program that failed because of a contractor failing to put a pre-treatment station in front of the carbon filtration that would have filtered some of the contaminants. But we were quite successful in improving the water quality dramatically. I could talk for 5 more minutes, but I'm going to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Agnew. I appreciate you joining us this evening, and I appreciate the efforts of you and your colleagues in Pure Muskegon. Next up, we have one of your colleagues in Pure Muskegon, Larry Hines, joining us from the city of North Muskegon. Welcome, sir. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Okay, thank you. Larry Hines. I live at 335 West Circle Drive, North Muskegon. I moved here in 1982. I'm a business person and a member of Pure Muskegon. Pure Muskegon was formed in 2013 to help transition the former Sappi industrial site to a mixed-use waterfront development. It took us 3 years to close on the transaction. We finally bought the property. Pure Muskegon bought the property in 2016. Since the purchase of this property was completed, we spent millions of dollars on environmental testing. That was done after we got the deed restrictions removed, which had been put in place by Sappi. So if those deed restrictions hadn't been removed, there would have been no environmental testing, and we wouldn't have had to spend $2 million to figure out what was going on there. We've shared all this information with Eagle all the way along the way for the entire 8-9 years. As one would expect on a brownfield property, there are various environmental issues which have been discovered as a result of the extensive testing and will be addressed as the property is developed. The state of Michigan has provided a $15 million fund which can be used to help mediate various environmental issues on the property. And I think this reflects the state's ongoing commitment to see that this property is developed as a mixed use. In fact, that was outlined in the AOC, which was signed early on to get the deed restrictions removed, that it would be a mixed development piece of property. So we think that Parkland would be a wonderful organization to move forward on this development. They've done many, many projects that have been done successfully, several on water. Mr. Rooks has developed and made significant investments in this community, and he's solved a number of issues that were challenges when he bought them. He's also a resident of the community. He's not someone that's living in Colorado Springs that's gonna come in here and do a project and then leave. He lives here, he knows people, he has friends here. He has an existing relationship with the city, the county, and the state, where an out-of-state developer that comes in would not have those relationships, and it would take much longer to get the project finished. We think he shares the vision that Pure Muskegon has, to do the best thing for the community and to make a difference. And I think that John has proven that he can do that, and we support him 100%. And we hope that you approve his PUD. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your perspective and your diligent efforts. Next up, we have Steve Olson joining us from the City of North Muskegon. Welcome, sir. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Mayor Johnson, Commissioners, thank you for this evening. I am also a member of Pure Muskegon. Probably going to regurgitate a few things that you've already heard, but it's always important to pick up on different things. Common questions we asked ourselves at Pure Muskegon in the beginning, back when Larry talked about, is why would we do this? Why would we go after this property? And a quick background on Pure Muskegon members. Almost all of us were born and raised in Muskegon, so we're very embedded in this community, probably a little on the senior citizen side of what you would call, but still, that tells you we care much about this community. And also looking at purchasing this property, we didn't have any competition. There was no competition. The only competition we really had was Doug Melching, because Doug Melching was going to do a scrapyard. We've got the documents in 2012. He was all set to scrap ships there. Is that the right thing we want for our community? Absolutely not. We took it to heart to say we've got to figure out a way to make this a development other than a scrapyard. And that's why Larry alluded to, we spent 3 years working with Eagle to come up with this AOC, Administrative Order of Consent, which was basically Eagle facilitated the whole process to get this done, and had to be signed off by Melching, by Pure Muskegon, by Eagle, by the Attorney General, and also by SAPI. And working with SAPI, which none of you probably have had to do, and those of us sitting here know we had a monstrous battle because SAPI's in South Africa. They don't care about Muskegon. Many phone calls to get that done. So that, that's just a background of the energy we put into this to get to where we're at today. Another thought to think about is every month for 10 years, 9 years, we had a 3-hour meeting, first Thursday of every month. 3 hours, 13 people sitting around a table. That 3-hour meeting consisted of about 90% of the conversation was environmental. So you need to know that we are totally embedded in this project. So moving forward to try to find a buyer for this, Parkland and Mr. Rooks came along and wanted to purchase this property. And we felt, as much effort as we put into this, our heart and souls into this, we knew that John Rooks and the path and the record that he's had in the past would be an outstanding person to develop this property. And so we feel fully confident in him that he will follow the guidelines of Eagle and prepare this property and grow it and develop it to the best he possibly can, all along working with Eagle. We didn't want a scrapyard. 3 seconds. So Pure Muskegon carried it this far. Let's move this project forward. As the logo says right behind you, watch us go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Olson. Appreciate your perspective and your perseverance. Next up, we have Tom Monette joining us from Holton Township. Welcome, sir. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, yes, I'm from Holton. Most people I work with think I live off the face of the earth. We live it's the north end of Muskegon County, but Muskegon is a place we go and we love. My family's been here since 1872, and we love Muskegon. I've been involved over 30 years in with consultants on multiple environmental and remediation development projects. Although they're very site specific, I'm going to refer to one that we did locally. Obviously, right now we're doing Adelaide Point, which is a brownfield. That's coming very well, and it's going to bring Muskegon into a new light, and the Western Avenue and a jewel of Muskegon. Also, we did Terrace Point some years ago. 70 residents were there. There's actually 69 sites. There's 68 buildings there now that people are living at safely. We did, when we built that, what we did is we did remove topsoil, capped it with clean, fresh soil. Eagle did require vapor barriers on some of the sites. So we did put vapor barriers. Actually, we put vapor barriers on every single home, even though probably a third of the sites did not require that, just for extra safety. Vapor barriers, most people think it's a piece of plastic. Put it down and it takes care of everything. These vapor barriers are $3,000-$4,000 at least a piece. It's a thick membrane placed there. Then all the plumbing and everything where it comes through, they come through and put sealer on, completely seal it, so when they pour the concrete, it is sealed tight. So very safe projects. I worked there for 5 years. I sat in probably 4 or 5 different homes as we sold them, and I felt safe, and I wouldn't be there because I'm very conscious environmentally myself. So as far as environment, I think Eagle and everything else probably will make things safe there. Otherwise, the project will not be allowed to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manette. Appreciate you joining us this evening. Next up, we have Dave Dusending joining us from the city of Walker. Welcome, Mr. Dusending.
Welcome. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm here on behalf of the PD as well. There's a lot of concern about the contaminated soil. I'm definitely not an environmentalist, but I have built just shy of 200 homes right here in Muskegon since 2018. And following with Tom and also Chad, I worked with those guys on Terrace Point Landing. We built all the houses in there. We're over at Viridian Shores now at the Harbor 31 project. We will be putting numbers and bids together for the Sappy Point as well. Out of those, we have done, I would say, just shy of 80 to 90 of those homes have all been uncontaminated sites, all along the lakeshore, spanning all the way down to Grand Haven. So Tom just kind of took the words out of my mouth about the vapor barrier. That's basically been on every one of the sites, and they'll be on all the future sites, Adelaide and any other sites that are along the lakeshore, even down through Grand Haven as well. It is a vapor barrier, and it is a rubber membrane, and I know there's a lot of concern with that, but we don't get to pick what it is. The environmentalists are the professionals. They're the ones that put this together, and then it's outsourced to someone like Fishbeck or ERG that they'll put together a due care plan, and some of those due care plans have, in essence, of 250 pages, but we have to follow that. Not only do we follow a due care plan, but we also have to have it inspected, and there's several different, it's not just a vapor barrier where one fits all. It all depends on the soil. And some of them are extreme, and some of them cost up $10,000-$12,000, and some of them cost, as Tom said, $3,000-$4,000. But it all depends on the soil. So we do follow the due care plan, and we do have to have it all inspected, and they do smoke tests on it, etc., before we can even put the concrete down to show that there's no rips in it. There's fan systems and several different ones. So I just wanted to offer my experience and what we've dealt with, and I have I'm not scared at all to work with the soil. As long as the due care plan is put together, we'll follow it. So I just wanted to offer that with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dusendang. Appreciate you joining us and sharing your perspective. Next up, we have Craig Smith joining us from Grand Rapids Township. Welcome, sir. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Good evening. Thank you. I'm the COO for Redwater Group out of Grand Rapids. And a few years ago, we purchased and we operate Muskegon Country Club. So this is a wonderful neighbor of ours. We look down on top of that land every day and just marvel at what a beautiful piece of land that is sitting along the lake. So I want to speak on behalf of the project saying we're very supportive as neighbors. I think it does nothing but continue to enhance that neighborhood, enhance the lakefront. This is the beautification that we need because we don't have that now. The public activity it brings is outstanding. I happened to stop at a business along the lake shore before I came here to the meeting and actually went into a store and met a manager, and she's managed there for years, and she was so excited about the fact it could bring so much more business into that community for her when this thing gets developed. So we feel the same way. We operate a public restaurant, and we think that the more activity we can have in that area, the better for everyone. So we're excited about the residential growth, the public activity, the beautification, and I think there's a great team that's going to run this project. We couldn't be more excited to support it. So we appreciate the time, and we're fully behind the project.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you joining us this evening. Grateful for your perspective and your investment in Muskegon. Lake Bluff Grill is a great restaurant. I enjoy it. Next up, we have Jacob Mitchell joining us from Grand Haven Township. Is there Jacob Mitchell here? Oh, there you are. How are you, sir?
Good. How about yourself?
Doing pretty well. You
Yeah.
have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Perfect. Well, forgive me for bringing my own timer, but she's going to hold me to less than 3 minutes. So we're here representing Matt Kite, and in the surprise of the evening, we're in favor of the lease renewal. We've been there for probably 15 years now, and we look forward to being there for another 15 years in 5-year increments, of course, respectful of the process. With that said, we're not here to stand in the way of progress. We are supportive of any kind of developments that might happen there. Unfortunately, our business moves a little faster than vision, and it's really important for us to know that we have a home there as we look towards next year. So thank you so much. We look forward to your continued support and making the Lakeshore a little bit more interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. So we've got a couple more forms left before we go to phone-in comments. I just want to give a last opportunity for anyone that has not spoken yet to fill out a public comment form and provide that to our clerk to speak yet this evening for public comment on agenda items. And then we'll go to phone. So folks at home, get ready that we'll be going to phones shortly, and that phone number is 231-724-6721 to be prepared. Next up, we have Cindy Larson joining us from the city of Muskegon, Nelson neighborhood. Welcome.
Hello there. Just a couple of quick comments related to this project or projects like this project, and I'm talking about real estate development. I think we're already on record as endorsing the city's use of the PUD, and that is known as a great tool for local governments to do what's best for the city, as well as working well with the development, especially over time. So we're already endorsing that. The other thing is housing is economic development. This is critical time for housing, and I'll tell you what I see out there. There are a lot of fantastic jobs for people with associate's degrees. These are great paying jobs. There's over 1,000 of them available. And what I'm seeing is residents are getting these jobs and then they're moving to the township because we don't have the housing stock that they need. And then of course new people coming in want to live in the city, this city and all of our cities. And again, they're forced to move to the township. Nothing against the townships because I have lots of members in the townships. But they just are being forced to find alternatives when they would really like to be here. So any projects that we can have for the working folks, that is fantastic. And also to know that these companies are being held back because they don't have the workers. And so this is a big circle that we're all working on. And I know you guys are working on it as well. It seems like you talk about housing at every meeting. But I don't know if people understand the level of salaries and the packages that are available for these people with associate's degrees. I think that's something that's new. We probably haven't seen that since the 50s, and that's probably when all those other neighborhoods were built, and Bluffton and Glenside and all of those, and we're doing that again. I think it's almost kind of like a blessing in disguise that you do have this available property. A lot of cities in our situation throughout the Midwest, they have no way to get new housing back into the old cities, but we do. And so here it is. It's all coming together. I think think you guys are doing the best as you can. I'm with Judy, and a lot of people have said that sometimes managing growth is harder than managing non-growth. So anyway, just keep up the great work. I think this is super exciting. I can't wait to see how this all plays out.
Thank you, Ms. Larson. We appreciate you joining us this evening and sharing your perspective and your efforts to contribute to the growth of Muskegon. And you're right, nothing against our township neighbors or any of our neighbors from the surrounding municipalities. I consider each and every one of you a potential future resident for the city of Muskegon. And we've got new housing coming online for you to move into. Could be your city. All right. We've got, speaking of a township neighbor, we got Ryan Leesma joining us from Laketon Township. Welcome, sir. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
So I was watching everybody, and I would not be surprised if it passes. And I was watching the gentleman that was up here holding the little kid. And most of the people that are getting up here and talking about this are not going to be with us in 10 to 20 years. Right? We are stuck with what's left. And no offense to the intent, but I mean, I personally still don't think enough has been done. I don't think that trying is, I don't know if you get a gold star for that, because there has been horrific contamination that's been happening to our lake for a very long time. For those of us that will be here in 30, 40, 50 years, I have a 3-week-old baby at home. Making sure the environment is in the most pristine condition possible is very important, right? We don't have to agree on how it's used, but I think we have to agree that it's going to be safe. And I don't think that kicking the can down the road and saying it's somebody else's problem is a responsible thing to do. If it's somebody else's problem, then how do we know it's going to be taken care of properly? We don't know. You know, John Mellencamp said if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. I think that it is important on the part of leadership of this community to insist that the right thing is done. The quality of a people is determined by the morality of their leadership, both sitting in the elected office and sitting behind the CEO desk. And I think we can all agree that we don't want to live in pollution. Muskegon got trashed terribly by capitalists who were basically looking for a way to make money, and they didn't make it their problem. We have to learn these lessons. We have to learn these lessons. And not for them, but for my generation, the next generation, the next generation, the next generation. There has been a lot of misrepresentation. A lot of misrepresentation. Gross mistruths or untruths and gross misstatements have turned out to be 100% true and accurate statements. Now, doesn't that mean it's a good idea to find out what the actual truth is? There's a lot of public documents that are available on that. But do we want to jump headlong into something where, frankly, there's more data than not that we haven't been getting the straight dope? It's the Commission's responsibility to preserve the health and well-being of citizens. I think that that's important to note, and I hope that the Commission protects our environment, and then we can do what we want with it.
Thank you, Mr. Leesma. Appreciate you joining us this evening, and congratulations to you and your family on the newborn. Next up, we have Scott Timmer joining us from the city of Norton Shores. Welcome, sir. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Thank you, and good evening, Commissioners. I'm Scott Timmer. I'm the attorney for Pure Muskegon and its 13 members, and I also own a residence at 2387 Lakeshore overlooking the Windward Point property. As everyone knows, the paper mill closed in 2009, which is now over 14 years ago, and was bought by a demolition contractor, Melching. I was contacted in 2013 by Larry Hines and the Pure Muskegon group. They were extremely concerned at the time about the property being a scrapyard and a shipbreaking facility, which if anybody's ever seen photographs of shipbreaking facilities in Bangladesh, the ships are simply hauled up on the shore and then cut up with torches, which couldn't be a worse image for the city.
The agreement to purchase the property from Melching was signed in 2013. It was contingent on SAPI allowing non-industrial use of the property. Over the next 3 years, there were 17 amendments to the agreement to deal with all the problems that came up. There were difficult negotiations with the state and with SAPI. Finally, the closing took place in 2016, and the state's order that was entered at that time required Pure Muskegon to use its best efforts, those are the terms in the document, for residential development. But that was just the beginning. Over the next 7 years, there was environmental testing, and the property was prepared for development. That included removing a 7-acre lime pile, 2 300-foot smokestacks were removed, and then after years of negotiations with CSX, the railroad was finally terminated. Dave Alexander wrote a summary of what was going on at that time, and he said, Windward Point will be a transformational development. Muskegon Lake is being transformed into what we all want, multiple clean, exciting, and fun uses that make Muskegon Lake a growing Midwest destination. I think we'll look back on 2016 as a turning point in Muskegon's march. We need to all express our gratitude to the Pure Muskegon Investment Group. The dozen investors and one foundation are motivated to create a transformational development in their hometown. These are our neighbors who have built wealth mainly in the industrial sector and are now reinvesting in the quality of life of their community. Thank them. And he finished with, the Windward Point tide is going to raise all Muskegon boats. Pure Muskegon selected Parkland after negotiations with many prospective purchasers. Parkland was selected because it's got a great track record of success both in Grand Rapids and Muskegon. That includes Highland Point Flats, Shoreline Inn, Terrace Point Landing, Delta Hotels by Marriott, and the partnership with the city on the convention center. Pure Muskegon and its members have determined that Parkland and John Rooks can best fulfill their vision for redevelopment. And in summary, Pure Muskegon and its members urge the commissioners to approve the Parkland PUD for the Windward Point property. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you joining us this evening and sharing that perspective. Yeah. All right. So, last call for public comment from the audience, in-person comment from the audience. We're going to go to the phones. That phone number is 231-724-6721. There's a little bit of a lag when we announce phone-ins and people seeing it on television or on Facebook or YouTube. So we'll give it a few moments for people to call in. Again, that phone number is 231-724-6721.
Mayor, we have one.
All right.
Looks like it's Shirley Green.
All right. Shirley Green joining us from the Lakeside neighborhood. Welcome. You have 3 minutes to provide your remarks to the City Commission.
Hi. I've lived in Muskegon up from the Sappy property my whole life, 80 years. I lived 1 block up, and I'm happy I had the opportunity to go on a tour with Mr. Rooks on Sappy. He answered all my questions. I like the idea of what he plans there, and all the public access that we're going to have, and the green space that he has promised us along the shoreline. And I'm in favor of this property development and looking forward to it, and hopefully it'll start in my lifetime here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Green. Appreciate you phoning in your perspective.
All right.
And I hope you see it as well.
Yeah, I had planned on being there tonight, but got sick today and don't want to spread anything. So
yeah, thank you for that.
Sorry that.
And I trust you're going to follow in our friend
Eloise.
Oh, well, I can still finish my thought matter. Our friend Eloise Hefje, and live another couple decades at least. All right. Anyone else on the phone?
No, Mayor.
All right. We'll give it another moment though. Again, phone number is 231-724-6721. Okay. Anyone on the line?
No, Mayor.
Nope. All right. Well, we're going to move on. If you missed your opportunity to give your phone and comment now, you'll have another opportunity at the end of the meeting under general public comment, as well as anyone in the audience wishing to give comment under general public comment. All right. Moving on. Echo. Moving on to our consent agenda. Commissioners, you've had an opportunity to review the consent agenda. Are there any items that you wish to have removed for separate deliberation, discussion, and vote? Commissioner Ramsey.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Item 7I, item 7J, and potentially item 7K.
Potentially yay or nay?
Yay.
Okay. Commissioner St. Clair?
Item 7B and 7C.
Any other items, Commissioners? Vice Mayor?
No, 7J was removed, so that's what I wanted to do. So
okay,
that's good. So we're good.
All right. Unless there's anything else to be removed, I would welcome a motion to adopt the consent agenda as presented, minus items 7B, 7C, 7I, 7J, and 7K.
So moved.
Support.
We have a motion by Commissioner Ramsey, supported by Commissioner Gorman. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Ramsey?
Yes.
Vice Mayor German?
Yes.
Commissioner Gorman?
Yes.
Commissioner Emery?
Yes.
Commissioner St. Clair?
Yes.
Mayor Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. First item, 7B, Local Officers Compensation Commission recommendation. Commissioner St. Clair.
I move to concur with the recommendation of the Local Officers Compensation Commission. Support.
I have a motion by Commissioner St. Clair, supported by Commissioner Gorman. Commissioner St. Clair.
Thank you. I'm wondering if staff can talk about this a little bit.
Sure. So this is a citizen commission that sets the compensation for the commission. So it's a board that you all appoint that meets in the odd number years in the same year as the elections, and they had recommended an adjustment of $600 increases for both the mayor and the city commissioners for your annual compensation. So we did also have a conversation about, well, I shouldn't say we did, they had a conversation about the possibility of having healthcare savings account options. We're still looking into that. That could still be something that could come forward. We haven't circled back to that. They did ask that I do some research on that. And then I also want to note that it also, the LOCC also recommended increasing the education, travel and training budget for each commissioner. This is just really reflective of the fact that travel costs have changed, and the numbers that were there before we were running up against those. So, so for the mayor, it increased from 1,500 to 2,000, and then for commissioners from 750 up to 1,000. So,
I really appreciate the recommendation to increase the training and education. I know that there are a handful of new commissioners coming on, and as a former new commissioner, the of every opportunity that I could to learn how to do this And there just wasn't enough funding available to me through the city, and I think that is a nice improvement.
Thank you, Commissioner St. Clair. Commissioner Gorman, do you have anything to add as the supporter of the motion? Didn't you support it? Yeah. That's what I thought. Commissioner Ramsey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know that this can be a sticky situation for my colleagues when we're talking about the awesome work that the majority of you do in this community. And as a commissioner who is not returning next year and will not benefit from this increase, I wholeheartedly support everything that is said in this item and would also support an HSA moving forward. I think that the work that all of you do in this community is paramount. And I want to thank you for continuing to show up and advocate for me every day, whether I sit here or not.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramsey. Vice Mayor German.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I want to give my appreciation to the Local Compensation Commission. I used to sit on that commission, and usually when they look at the scope of things of what the commission does, the work that we do, the special meetings out there in the public, they really appreciate our service. And I'm just thankful that we have a good commission that thinks about our elected officials and appreciate us by compensating us. So,
Thank you, Vice Mayor German. Commissioner Emmer, anything to add or ask?
I do. When I first read this, I was like, we don't need any extra money. But this doesn't even compare to what we spend in gas and wear and tear on our cars. And I mean, so I am absolutely for this, for the new commission that's going to be sworn in January, and they need all the help that they can get. So I support this.
Thank you, Commissioner Emery. Yeah, and so I don't know if it was displayed on the screen earlier, but just folks at home, because it was mentioned the training, education, and travel budget would increase, which, like, I concur with Commissioner St. Clair, that is incredibly important, particularly beneficial for our new coming commissioners, but all members of the commission for continuous education, for sure, and availing ourselves of those resources and opportunities available to us. But in terms of the wages or compensation, that's a $600 increase for both, rising $8,600 to $9,200 for mayor, and rising from $6,900 to $7,500 for members, for our city commissioners, the ward and at-large commissioners. I can't speak for my fellow commissioners, but just kind of give you some context perspective. All the hours that I put in this job, I get paid well less than minimum wage. So people think that I'm living high on the hog or whatnot, but given all the hours that I put into this role, it comes out to be less than minimum wage. And also in context, this increase is less than the rate of inflation. This is the first increase in 2 years, and this is less than the rate of inflation. So just a little bit of perspective, because we are very conscientious about ensuring that the salaries for the employees within City Hall are being adjusted for inflation, because we don't want them to be, their purchasing power and their quality of life to be diminished. And so we try to keep up with that rate of inflation, if not more, plus merit pay increases, because our staff do a phenomenal job and are worthy of those merit pay increases as well. So, those are just my thoughts and context. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor German,
yes.
Commissioner Gorman,
Yes.
Commissioner Emery,
Yes.
Commissioner St. Clair,
Yes.
Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Ramsey.
Absolutely.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Next item, 7C, early voting plan. Commissioner St. Clair.
I move to approve the 9-day early voting plan for the city of Muskegon at City Hall and with the county building, and authorize the expenditures of $30,000.
Support. All right, we have a motion by Commissioner St. Clair, supported by Commissioner Ramsey. Commissioner St. Clair.
Thank you. I want to take the opportunity to use this as a platform to continually thank the clerk's office for the incredibly hard work that they do at every election. I don't think the community appreciates how big their job is, and it just keeps getting bigger. And that is a blessing because that means that we have a more active and involved community and constituency, but they're doing an incredible job, and I don't think we thank them enough. Even if we thanked them at every meeting, I don't think that we thank them enough. But I just wanted to take this opportunity to point out the increased cost that making voting available is to the community, and to really take the opportunity to completely support this. I think that it is very important that people have every opportunity to vote, and this is a great plan to move that forward. And I know that not all of the communities in our county chose to participate in their own early voting, and we did, and I am grateful for the clerk's office to be willing to take that on, because I know that that was a lot more than you had to do, and I just want to recognize that.
Here, here. Thank you, Commissioner St. Clair. Commissioner Ramsey?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Commissioner St. Clair. The reason that I seconded this motion so quickly is because I knew you would say something eloquent and sincere. So ditto to that. And I also want to add that not only do our neighbors not appreciate, I don't think they understand. And looking at every single person on this bench, we've all been there. We've all done the volunteering. In fact, mostly you do it when you campaign. But I would encourage every single person to show up and look at the lift, the incredible lift that Madam Clerk and the staff goes through during this time of year every other year, because it really is a testament to the engagement that we want to have with our neighbors, and that if they knew more about, they would also feel. So please reach out, volunteer, share some time, and have a great experience. And thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Ramsey. Anything to ask or add over here? Vice Mayor German.
More of a comment to our clerk. Thank you for your service and all the hard work that you do. There's been times that I stopped in the clerk's office and I just be amazed of how well things are organized. Your staff, professional and willing to help. And it's been even times I've asked, do you have enough help? But I really appreciate you, Madam Clerk, and continue to do the work that you do, and anything that I could do as a commissioner to support, let me know.
I want to just stop right there and just thank everybody. I want to thank you especially for giving me an amazing staff, because obviously this is not a one-person job. So please recognize that, and I'm just really grateful for everyone that I have, and your continuous support too. I always know that you're there for us.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and we appreciate everyone in your office, full of great folks. That's for sure. Thank you, Vice Mayor German. And Commissioner Emery?
Yes, I would like to say ditto to what my fellow commissioners have already said about our clerk's office and all the hard work you guys do. And I don't want to be I'm going to take it down a step. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but no. For our residents, please reassure us of the safety of early voting.
Absolutely, absolutely. You want me to do that right now?
Yes, please.
Okay. Wow.
Can you speak to what this early voting plan looks
yes.
like? And
So obviously this is going to be something new to the entire state of Michigan and required as of the February presidential primary. So we are all learning together. But it will be 9 days of early voting, where people will have the opportunity to come in and actually cast their ballot, but you'll actually be able to put it in the machine yourself instead of voting an absentee ballot where you will wait for us to count it on election day without you present. You're actually going to be able to put it in the machine, which is a big difference. So if there's a mistake or anything, you're going to know it right then and there. There are steps in place that we're going to seal that machine up every night. It's going to be under lock and seal and everything else, all of the things that we are to do. and put away. And we're going to have basically a polling place here at City Hall, right here in the commission chambers. If we can get it, if not, it will be in the hallway. But we will be right here. So every day you can come in, and that's for all precincts. So anybody, anywhere. So you don't have to just show up on election day. It's going to be way more convenient. It also includes 2 Saturdays and 2 Sundays. And then there's even an evening of Thursday evening, and then also during the week. So it's going to be, it's going to make things a lot more convenient, and I see people wanting to do that more so than even absentee ballots eventually.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, any follow-up, Commissioner?
Yeah, I think that it certainly opens that window for our residents for the ability to vote.
Yes.
And not locked into one day where they may be working or don't have daycare, whatever the reasons. So,
Absolutely.
thank you.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Emery. And with regard to the early voting, will you still, we have the election trailer that we
Yes.
bring out and about
Yes.
periodically before elections. Will you still be bringing the election trailer around the city to welcome people to register or, request an absentee ballot or fill out an application for that?
Yes, we are still going to do that, although we were not planning on doing that in February because it is
Oh, it's still going to be winter.
not insulated. So we were going to skip February, but otherwise we do it all other elections, and we put a schedule out there, and we do go out into the community, out into the neighborhoods, and we do offer those services, and we'll continue to do so.
Okay.
Yes.
Excellent. So, folks in the community, when you hear about the election trailer going out and about in our neighborhoods across the city, please share. Please let your friends, family, neighbors know that resource is available for you all to utilize, whether to get registered to vote, update your voter registration, or to request an absentee ballot. But we will not be doing in-person voting there, except for by absentee.
That is
Yes.
that is correct.
We'll do in-person here.
Right.
Normal for the 9-day in advance.
Right.
The new 9 days in advance.
Yes, yes.
All
And there
right.
were some communities who did a pilot program just last week, and they it was very successful. The 9 days of early voting, they were able to try it out. So just wanted to let you know that too.
All right.
So we're looking forward to it.
Excellent. Thank you for your continued excellent efforts.
Thank you.
Welcome, Commissioner Hood. So we're just on the early voting plan. Do you have anything to add or ask by chance before we go to a vote on the early voting plan?
No, just forgive me for my tardiness. Only chance to pick up my wife's car in Grand Rapids from the dealership, and they took all day. So
Yeah.
that's why I'm late.
Such is life. We're happy to have you now. Welcome. All right, great. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Gorman? Yes. Commissioner Emery?
Yes.
Commissioner St. Clair?
Yes.
Mayor Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hood?
Abstain.
Commissioner Ramsey?
Yes.
Vice Mayor German?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Item 7I, Pure Marquette Restroom, RFP. Commissioner Ramsey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hello, Director. How are you?
Good. How are you, Commissioner?
I'm well. Thank you for asking. So we had some thoughts shared tonight about this wonderful opportunity at the Pure Marquette Restroom. I want you to just talk about how excited we are to have that expansion and enhancement done at that location. And then can you briefly speak to us about the opportunity, if there was one, and I'm not saying that there is, Dan, for what expansion of that would look like moving forward. And our young friend here, who Mr. MacArthur, who knows apparently a lot about construction, says it only costs a couple of dollars or two. And I know that he was being facetious, and I want to celebrate that. But I am excited that one of our neighbors got up and spoke to this and spoke about the opportunity for other meaningful development that not only raises our economic worth, but also the attraction that we have to our beautiful beaches. So if you could just talk about that for a hot second, I'd really appreciate it.
Sure. Mayor, would you like to do a motion first, or you want me to go for it?
No, we'd welcome that motion.
I reckon. I move to authorize staff to enter into an agreement with the MCSA Group for $65,479 for design and construction services related to the Pier Marquette South Restroom.
Support.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Ramsey, supported by Commissioner St. Clair. Welcome, DPW Director Dan Vanderhyde. Would you please report out?
Happy to do so, and I celebrate the facetiousness of my comments there as well, Commissioner. This is a proposal to hire the MCSA Group to design the buildings and the plaza surrounding it for the South Restroom building, which I was before you on about a month ago for the grant agreement. And that project also includes rehabilitation or some rehabilitation work to the building that is currently at the south end of the beach, known as the Kite Shack or the Concession building there. The project, as it was presented to the DNR and included in the grant application, included both of those pieces. The specifics of the design of the Concession building rehabilitation is still to be worked out with MCSA if this item is successful this evening. What I will say is that the concept as it was developed and submitted to the DNR included bringing the building back to its historical appearance and also updating the building by code. Its electrical and plumbing facilities are in bad shape. Some of the structure has begun actually to crumble and fall away from the walls. Nothing that is putting the building in danger, but it's certainly something that we're paying attention to. That was the intent. We could certainly look at changes to that intent, including expanding the building. However, I would say that I think we would need to seek approval of the DNR in order to amend the grant agreement. And I also think that the spirit of the building is such that expanding it would probably, if not take away, then at least would complicate the attempt to bring it back to its historic appearance and use.
Great.
Thank you, Director Vanderhyde. Commissioner Ramsey?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much, Director. And I would encourage Mr. MacArthur to, if he has any other further questions, to please reach out to you, because I think that everything that he said was amazing. And I, again, want to celebrate our neighbors who come out to talk about everything on this agenda. Great engagement. And invite him to reach out to you and have some more conversations if he would like to.
Absolutely.
Thank you,
And there will be a public engagement piece as a part of this effort. So even if he doesn't reach out to us, we may reach out to him.
Perfect. Excellent. Thank you, Commissioner Ramsey. Commissioner St. Clair, anything to ask or add? Supporter? Anything else from the bench? All right. Thank you, Director Vanderhyde.
Thank you.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Emery?
Yes.
Commissioner St. Clair?
Yes.
Mayor Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hood?
Yes.
Commissioner Ramsey?
Yes.
Vice Mayor German?
Yes.
Commissioner Gorman?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Next up, item 7J, Regional Transit Authority Resolution. Commissioner Ramsey.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I would like to start with a motion to approve the resolution of intent to participate in Act 196 Authority and authorize the clerk to sign.
Support.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Ramsey, supported by Vice Mayor German, to approve the resolution of intent to participate in Act 196 Authority and authorize the clerk to sign. Commissioner Ramsey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm very excited about this opportunity, and I want to celebrate the man who got up and spoke to it tonight, and the young woman as well. Everyone, if there are more than two, but those were the two that stood out to me. From the premier city of Muskegon, which I will appreciate for the rest of my days, I think that we do owe this service to every single one of our residents. And as everyone on this bench knows, and anyone who's ever heard me talk about transit, when they sliced and diced our transit several years ago, it cut away many of our neighbors from opportunities to visit places that they couldn't get to if they didn't have a car. And so that to me is despicable. And I'm excited about this opportunity. And because I'm not a civil engineer, I just know that we need better and more transportation so that people can get to and from work, to the lake, to the grocery store, to whatever it is that they want to go. So I want to thank you, Deputy Manager, for being up here to talk about it today, and I'm just going to hand it over.
Okay, thanks. Well, I guess I would just like to make it clear for those who maybe didn't hear the presentation at the work session that this resolution is just a resolution of intent. So this isn't really binding us to anything. there's a group that has been working on this topic, and that group will continue forward as long as all the different municipalities are in support with putting together articles of incorporation and those kinds of things, which will come back to all of our boards for approval.
Any follow-up, Commissioner Ramsey?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to also celebrate you for reiterating that, because as we know, we've recently done a couple of other studies and pilots and tests that all of our decisions should be data informed. And that data comes from the vetting of the processes that we're looking to put into place and the community's feedback to such. So thank you again for that. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramsey. Vice Mayor German, anything to ask or add on this item?
Not really, but thank you, Deputy Director Mike Sell. We know how essential transportation is, and I believe that's part of our master plan as well. So it's going to be very important for our citizens. I know this is an attempt to get started, and we have to start somewhere, so I thank you for implementing and starting this process.
Quite welcome. Happy to do it.
Commissioners, anything else to ask or add at this time? Commissioner St. Clair.
I enthusiastically support this. I love that we are in it right from the very beginning. I think that this aligns very directly with the direction that we want to go as a commission and as a city, and I think it also dovetails perfectly with the immense need that we have in the community. Transportation is an incredible barrier that we're just not meeting adequately and have not been meeting adequately for my entire career. So I'm really excited about the opportunity to do something pretty dramatically different than what we have to get people where they need to go.
Thank you, Commissioner St. Clair. Commissioner Hood.
Yes. I just got here, so I got to catch up. And I just like to second everything that all my fellow commissioners, the vice mayor, the mayor, has said about this, because we definitely need transportation so everyone can get where they got to go. And it was sad when we lost that, or when it started declining, and our seniors couldn't get where they needed to go. And so I'm just really happy to see that this moving forward again. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hood. Commissioner Emmer or Commissioner Gorman, anything to ask or add at this time? Thank you. Process question. So we'll approve this letter of intent resolution, and then all the different municipalities that have adopted the letter of intent will be convening, continuing the process, discussing articles of incorporation. Those articles will come back to the participating members for final adoption. Will those articles of incorporation include a funding mechanism, or will that be a separate pursuit?
That is probably a separate pursuit.
Okay.
But we've been talking about that, and we'll continue talking about that, and I'll keep you updated. And certainly, any proposals will need to be approved by all the boards.
Okay. Excellent. Yeah, I concur with everything my commissioners have, my fellow commissioners have said this evening, and fully support this endeavor. So thank you for your work on this initiative.
You're welcome.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Hood,
Yes.
Commissioner Ramsey,
Yes.
Vice Mayor German,
Yes.
Commissioner Gorman,
Yes.
Commissioner Emery,
Yes.
Commissioner St. Clair,
Yes.
Mayor Johnson.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Item 7K, Commissioner Ramsey, concession contract Matt Kite.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Kyle. How are you? Good, are you? Good. I'm going to make a motion to grant staff permission to extend the contract of the Matt Kite Company through April of 2029.
All right. So the agenda.
Wait a moment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We have a support.
Support.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Ramsey, supported by Commissioner Emery, to approve the resolution. To grant staff permission to extend the contract Matt Kite through April of 2029. Welcome.
All right.
Parks and Recreation Director Kyle Karchevsky.
Always something. Sorry to get ahead of it there. So yeah, this agreement we're looking at, it's the concession policy we adopted in 2022, puts Matt Kite up to a 5-year extension due to the fact that they're brick and mortar. And so they proposed to the department if they could extend it for 5 years. So here we are submitting their proposal.
Thank you. Commissioner Ramsey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kyle, can you speak about the protections that are in place so that and this will not happen with Mac Kite Company, this is not an assumption, but I know that there was some concern and question. So can we speak to protections that are in place or ways that we evaluate the business processes and partnerships with people who are our vendors and how those are enacted or how people can learn more about them or what that looks like on our side?
Yeah, well, I mean, we are trying to tighten up the process of getting our business partners in these contracts and locked in, and it's kind of a process of Parks and Recreation. Take all these vendors and different opportunities we have, and improve that process. So, as far as this company, it's $1,000 per year plus 10% of gross receipts. And it does give us the right, or Mac Kite the right of 30 days written notice if we ever wanted to break contract.
Okay.
So if they're not in good standing with the city.
Wonderful.
Yeah, and they've been good neighbors. I know that as a resident said earlier, not everyone uses them. So it's not going to, not every concession or vendor is set up like a concession stand or like the deck, but I'm learning Muskegon a little bit more every day, and actually I've learned a lot more about the outdoor recreation which makes Muskegon what it is, and Mac Kite, wing foil, e-foil is a big part of that, and I have learned that in the arms of our channel, it's known as one of the best places in the country to do this type of kiteboarding due to the waves and the wind. So, I mean, we are a good spot for that.
Yay for us.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramsey. Any follow-up?
No, sir.
No? All right. Commissioner Secretary? Nothing?
I might
All right.
have, but no.
Commissioner Emery.
Yeah. Do you know of any requests from anyone else wanting to rent that building?
I haven't had a formal request. I would assume if there was an RFP out there, we'd have several businesses that would want to, beachfront business at a very good price.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I guess because it's not open, I don't really get many inquiries.
Okay. I would just wondered if maybe it not being open, somebody inquired about it, but.
Yeah, no, I haven't. I honestly, outside. I mean, I did get contacted by the gentleman who came up and spoke earlier, and I've also, haven't really been here about 9 months, so I'm sure other people before me have heard those requests, but I haven't had any formal.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Emery. Any follow-up?
I'm sure there is, but it's like totally slipped my mind right now. So. There was a request. I talked to Mr. McCarthy last night, and with ideas of possibly renting this to concessions or someone else that would bring possibly food down at that end of our beach. And the more that I think about it, the more, and until we get the parking issue more under control, I think we shouldn't invite more down to that end. More parking is what I'm saying. Not we want people, but
Yeah, I mean, of course, the grass is always greener. There's always different opportunities.
Yeah.
I guess I'm being non-biased about it. It's just the policy and they're a concessionaire, and that's where they're due.
Yeah. So this is like an automatic request that they can do, or
Yes, per the concession policy, it is agreements shall be renewed annually, except for the agreements with a designated brick and mortar space may be proposed for an extended duration with the maximum length not to exceed 5 years.
so in 5 years they have to come before us with a whole new contract.
Per this concession policy, it says returning operations for brick and mortar facilities in good standing shall be offered first right of refusal to renew their agreement for up to one term of the same duration of the original term.
Okay.
So it could put them at 10 years.
Yeah, which we'll put it, at that time, we'll put it to bid.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Because they will have maxed out their first option of right of refusal for renewal, and then at that period, we'll put it, well, the commission will decide, but my expectation is that the commission at that time will put it out to bid.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments at this time? Okay. Thank you, Director Karczewski.
Yeah, I guess my last comment is we got about 24 hours to hit the master plan survey, and that'll be ending tomorrow at midnight.
Yes.
So link is
reminder,
posted on Facebook.
Parks and Recreation Master Plan Survey is still online. If you go to ShoreLineCity.com, at the top of the page is Connect Muskegon. Click on Connect Muskegon, scroll down, find Parks and Recreation. That survey is live through midnight, Wednesday, November 15th. We encourage whether residents or park users to complete that survey and give your input to help inform our 5-year planning for investments in our parks system as part of the revival of our Parks and Recreation Department.
We actually have close to up to 200 unfinished submissions that will not be counted. So if you're out there and
if you started a
you've opened
survey
it,
and
yeah.
haven't finished it, get back there and finish that.
Yes, please.
Yes, and this is a good time to remind folks that our first Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting is tomorrow in this room at 5:30, Commission Chambers, 933 Terrace Street. So it's open to the public if anyone wants to show up and be part of that. You are welcome. So thank you again.
All right, thanks.
I don't know if the gentleman, I forget his name, I want to say Mr. Mitchell. I think it was Mitchell. Is Mr. Mitchell still here? Does he have anything to additionally discuss about the contract with Matt Kite? He might have left. I know he had the little one with him.
Oh, no, yeah, he walked out.
So he probably didn't linger. But it's a good thing he gave his comment at the beginning of the meeting under public comment. Okay. So I'll say that I support this given an existing policy where they have the option for first right of refusal to renew. They've exercised that option as before us now. They know that at the end of this term, they will not automatically have that right of refusal for renewal. And there are possibilities for parties to terminate in the intervening years if necessary. I do support the continuation of this relationship, although I do respect what we heard from Mr. McCarthy with regard to other opportunities, particularly entrepreneur opportunities down in Pure Marquette. And we had envisioned that as part of our Imagine Muskegon Lake plan for chalets. That was actually the inspiration for the chalets that we have downtown, came out of the Imagine Muskegon Lake plan, envisioning chalets being at Pure Marquette. That was going to be on Indiana Avenue between that bisected the ovals. And so that's what we envision. Entrepreneur opportunities, helping to cater to and some beachgoers. And so I still welcome us moving that forward at some point. That was something that I'd heard that was embraced by many members of our community, particularly as opposed to any further built development on the beach or on the lake for commercial purposes, having that setback. And so I still would welcome that kind of activity to support entrepreneurial opportunities and commercial activities to support our beachgoers. But that's something that is still, in progress. It's something that we've talked about. It isn't reflected in that Imagine Muskegon Lake plan. And I know that as part of the parking situation that Commissioner Emery mentioned, that we want to resolve that parking situation and potentially do that project and then look at accommodating those retail chalets at the same time. So stay tuned for those types of things to come. All right. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Ramsey?
Yes.
Vice Mayor German?
Yes.
Commissioner Gorman?
Yes.
Commissioner Emery?
Yes.
Commissioner St. Clair?
Yes.
Mayor Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hood?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. We have no public hearings this evening, no unfinished business, so now we shall move on to new business. First up, conflict of interest disclosure for employee request. This is the Community and Neighborhood Services item. Welcome, welcome.
Hi there.
Good evening.
Alrighty, so we are seeking essentially an exception to our conflicts of interest policy, saying that a city employee who qualifies for our priority home repair program can benefit from that program. So this employee does not work for CNS, doesn't have any sort of control over the money that we receive from the federal government, and honestly it's kind of a menial sum at around $1,900 for electrical work. So we are just seeking your yes.
Thank you, Ms. Parcell. May I have a motion?
Motion to waive the conflict of interest pursuant to the city charter and state law and request the Department of Housing and Urban Development for an exception approve the request of conflict of interest exception for the City of Muskegon Community and Neighborhood Services Department Priority Home Repair Program.
Support.
That was amazing.
Mouthful.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ramsey. Motion made by Commissioner Ramsey, supported by Commissioner Hood. So I just wanted to acknowledge one, I received the letter from the employee declaring their conflict of interest, indicating their years of service to the city, the use of this, how they anticipate using this program. And as Ms. Parcell indicated, it's a relatively nominal amount, and this person has been a longtime resident in the city of Muskegon and a dedicated employee of our organization at the same time. And so this, because it is a conflict of interest, it is going to require a unanimous vote of the city commission to move it forward. And if any member of the commission were to vote no, this does nix the ability to make our community neighborhood services programming available to this employee who is otherwise eligible and qualified per the program parameters.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. Any questions or comments, Commissioner Hood?
I just like to comment and say that I feel that the city employee, whoever it is, should be able to benefit from those monies because it's not like anyone working for the city is getting rich. A lot of times, you know, you sacrifice from working for the city and doing your duty for everyone else. So I think that definitely will get my support on it.
Thank you, Commissioner Hood.
Yeah.
Commissioner Ramsey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to echo what Commissioner Hood has said, and I would also like to add to city staff and the manager, council as well, that maybe there's an opportunity for us to revisit this, what are we calling it? City charter and state law, and figure out how, when it is a city employee that is not sit on this bench, that maybe this is something that can be decided by management and or supervisors at that level, because I don't think that these things need to come specifically to the commission. Now, if it's someone who's an elected official and has a seat, I think that it should be represented up here quite well. But otherwise, I think that there's a certain amount of time that something like this takes, as everyone knows, because we all have to be here. And if it was someone who was looking for something that wasn't as Rebecca, I need a word, that wasn't as socially acceptable as this item, and maybe had a little bit of stigma attached to it, it isn't a very dignified way to go about this process. And so I would just really like to see if there's an opportunity, and Mr. Schreier, I realize that I don't know as well as not being a civil engineer, I'm also not a lawyer. But if there is, I would encourage us to look at that. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Ramsey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
We do have one more Legislative Policy Committee meeting during your term.
Oh,
if you
let's
wish to
burn it down.
Not to put too many things on that forthcoming
I'm
agenda.
going to need you to add that to the agenda.
We'll look into that.
We already have a
Thank
couple
you.
dense items on the LPC meeting coming up. Anything to ask or add on this side of the dais? Vice Mayor German, Commissioner Emery, Commissioner Gorman? No? All right. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor German,
Yes. Commissioner
Gorman. Yes. Commissioner Emery,
Yes.
Commissioner St. Clair,
Yes.
Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hood,
Yes.
Commissioner Ramsey.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, fire engine replacement purchase. I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve staff to enter into a purchase agreement with CSI Emergency Fire Apparatus for a 2023 Spartan Star
Support.
Pumper.
All right, we have eagerness. We're excited about this prospect. So I got a motion by Commissioner St. Clair, supported by Vice Mayor German, to approve staff to enter into a purchase agreement with CSI Emergency Fire Apparatus for a brand spanking new 2023 Spartan Star pumper.
Mayor,
Deputy Director
Commissioners, city staff, thank you. We're looking to replace a 2010 engine 25, which based out of Station 5 on Marquette. That truck currently has 137,000 miles on it and about 111,000 engine hours. So, 11,000 engine hours, which equates to about 338,000 miles. So the truck is wore out. We need to replace it. It's 600 days to build that truck, so there is, a time scale to wait for this. So we're asking that we get a jump on this and get it purchased, or approve the purchase so we can get the build start.
Thank you, Director Paulson. Commissioner St. Clair?
Thank you. I fully support this. I also want to take the opportunity to express my gratitude and appreciation for the fire department. Most recent work this weekend and preventing what could have been a huge catastrophe. I know that it was still a tragedy, but I was out of town and watching on Facebook, and I'm like, is that whole block gonna burn down?
Yes, and we were able to stop that at, there was 5 businesses in there, and we were able to stop it to just 2, to 2 occupancies. So, and we thank you that, and one of our apparatus, our new aerial, was a key point of the equipment, because we had thermal imaging where you could actually find the fire and put it out. So we were able to make quick service of it, and
I would have supported this before that, but that makes it really easy to, it's a no-brainer. We absolutely need to take care of the fire department so that they can take care of us.
Absolutely.
Yes. Thank you. Just to echo Commissioner St. Clair, to thank you for the quick work of our firefighters and the firefighters of our neighboring municipalities that
yes, there was a lot of teamwork, and there was 5 other departments that assisted us, so we appreciate that.
It's great that we are live within a community that has that mutual aid and come to one another's has one another's backs in times of need. Commissioner Hood?
Oh, I just want to echo what Commissioner St.
Clair
had said, that and I just happened to be one of the onlookers out there that night on my way home from eating, and just a really professional job, because as you said, those buildings were tight in there, and to just narrow it down to the 2 and to see you guys cohesively working together with the other departments was just fantastic. So
it was a great night. We had no injuries, so that was a plus for us.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Hood. Anything else to ask or add at this time? Vice Mayor German.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Again, I can't do nothing but echo, the excellent work that the fire department has done. Leadership, I was actually on the scene that night as well, and just looking and observing and what it takes to maintain a fire, and the training, you could see it all being performed right there, and then also having the necessary equipment, the trucks to put out this fire. So thank you for your service and your leadership as well.
Thank you, Vice Mayor German. Anything, Commissioner Emery Gorman?
Ditto
want to ask or add?
everything everybody else has
Okay.
said.
Thank you. Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Director Paulson. And I, beyond the thanks, I wholeheartedly agree in moving forward with this this order, particularly given the extensive lag time from ordering it to delivery. And it's important that we make these investments in the equipment that's necessary to protect our community. We got a new aerial. I call it ladder truck, it was aerial. A couple years ago, within the past couple years, we got a new engine this year, and now we're going to be getting another new engine with this order. So, and the engine that came this year was also custom built.
Yes, it was. So, yeah, it's a nice engine, and it's worked out well so far. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Fantastic. So will this engine that's replacing Will this become a reserve engine, assuming it's still operable and maintaining? Will it be a reserve engine?
We're at a threshold with that truck. We don't really know right now because there's some issues with it.
Gotcha.
So we're hoping, and we're keeping our fingers crossed that we can still use it once the new truck arrives. We might have to just put it out the pasture. It might be the best thing, and for the city and financially, just to call it quits.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Manager.
So I just want to note that, as Deputy Director Paulson pointed out, this is about a 2-year lag time on the delivery. The bill will come due in 2 years. But this is part of our capital improvement plan. So we are looking at, how we budget and plan for that. So when the truck is delivered, we are able to pay for it. So I just wanted to note that.
Yes.
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 Yeah.
The funding aspects is still a little bit TBD. We're going to plan it for allocating resources over the next couple of years.
Yes.
But and there's also the possibility if we need to, we can finance it. But we're looking. You're ideally looking to find ways to
not
fund
finance it
without
and
financing.
yeah, it's that just because we've got the lead time on it, we're able to sock money aside. We're also looking at possible grant opportunities or other funding sources to try to hit taking money out of our either general fund or public improvement dollars. But we are planning for the purchase, but in order to get it rolling, because of the just the lead time is crazy these days for these vehicles, we need to plan way ahead.
Yeah. Well, thank you for doing so. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Gorman,
Yes.
Commissioner Emery,
Yes.
Commissioner St. Clair,
Yes.
Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hood,
Yes.
Commissioner Ramsey,
Yes.
Vice Mayor German.
Yes.
Motion passes.
And I don't think there's any objection to that. I think it's just a
Next up, final plan unit development approval for 2400 and 2850 Lakeshore Drive.
I move to approve the request for the final plan unit development approval at 2400 through 2850 Lakeshore Drive, contingent upon the acquisition of the property by Parkland Acquisition 6 LLC based on the PUD review standards listed in Article 21, Number 1, Part C 1 through 7 of the zoning ordinance with the following conditions: a traffic study to be conducted, reviewed, and published by the Public Works Director. The stormwater permit is granted from the Engineering Department. A utility plan is approved by the Public Works Director. All applicable permits from various state departments are obtained. A revised plan showing fire access to the marina slips is approved by the Fire Marshal. And a landscape management plan will be submitted and approved by DPW Director, inclusive of the natural vegetation zone.
Support.
And I just want to make one note. The natural vegetation zone should be native vegetation zone.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah,
native.
That's
Yes.
our fault in the memo, but yeah. So
Thank you.
yeah. So
All right, so we've got a motion by Commissioner Gorman, supported by Commissioner Ramsey and Emery simultaneously. Welcome,
Good evening.
Planning Administrator Mike Franzik. Good evening.
So, this development is being proposed as a plan unit development, also known as a PUD. The zoning and ordinance does allow for PUDs in this district as long as they allow mixed land uses, which are compatible to each other, and staff feels that this plan does that very well. I'm not going to get too much into the development. I'll let the developer talk about that in his presentation, but just to highlight some things, they are proposing for the development of up to 2,300 residential units and over 42,000 square feet of retail and office space with a lot of public amenities, which staff is very impressed with. First and foremost, they'll be moving the bike path off of the street onto the development to make that safer. Also, public amenities that will be owned and maintained by the Development Association in perpetuity include fishing docks and kayak launches, a break wall with fishing and chopper docks, a restaurant with public restrooms, a natural boardwalk, public parklet with another fishing dock, dog parks and a pollinator garden, a playground, and a woodland preservation lot with another on-leash dog park. So there will be a lot of things for the general public to do. There will be the addition of 3 new streets, and also accompanying that will be walking paths which line up with the streets to the south side of Lakeshore Drive. So it would be a very walkable development. So with that, I'll just turn that over to the developer for the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Franzik.
Yes.
Welcome. Mr. John Rooks with Parkland Properties.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, City Commissioners. I'm John Rooks, 75 West Walton, across the street in the old firehouse, for Parkland Properties. We have a slideshow that will accompany my presentation. It is a large project, so there's a lot of information, but I'll move as quickly and as expediently as I can. And it starts with a picture of the site that we're discussing today and what it looks like today. I'm the founder and owner of Parkland Properties. With me, to my right, operating the slideshow, is Rory Sharon. He's our Director of Operations of Parkland Properties, also Director of Real Estate. The person to the right of Rory, or to the left of Rory, is Chris Mirren. He's an engineer. He's the Vice President and Senior Chemical Engineer for Bar Engineering Company. They're an international environmental and engineering firm. After I'm done with my presentation, if you have questions that I feel like he could answer better than me, I'm going to make him available so you can ask any question you like. Also with us is Bob Zwald. He's got his hand up, and he's the Executive Vice President and Senior Geologist of a Michigan-based environmental and engineering firm that works for us as well. And then Rick Pulaski, who can answer questions, if necessary, about the site plan. And the site plan will come up soon in our presentation. Bar Engineering, just so you know, is an international firm. It has clients all across North America and around the world. They've got about 1,000 employees, and Bar's engineers and scientists and technical specialists work together to manage and restore and protect natural resources. ERG is Environmental Resources Group. They have offices in a variety of places in the state. One of them is here in Muskegon. They have over 200 years of experience together. Parkland is a company that you're all familiar with. We were first founded in 1988. Our first project was 35 years ago in the county of Muskegon, believe it or not, up in Montague. It has grown very slowly in baby steps, but now is for some reason listed as one of the largest firms in West Michigan. According to the Grand Rapids Business Journal, we're the second largest. We're a Muskegon-based company with over 250 employees, even in the off-season, and it grows to more than that in the high season. We've successfully completed over 20 large and complex real estate developments across West Michigan. We finish everything that we start. We've performed adaptive reuse, land redevelopment, land development, waterfront, and just other types of real estate development, office buildings, condos, apartments. We focus on performing projects that serve as a catalyst, as an impact investment, and transforms communities. And we focus on taking properties that are failing or currently useless and making them successful and useful again. We have experience developing challenging projects, challenging properties, and most importantly, projects with varieties of different forms of contamination. This project on the slide is Boardwalk. It's in Grand Rapids. It's large. It's 400,000 square feet. It's complicated. It has contaminated soils. There's a railroad that had to be removed. It's got asbestos, lead paint. It won the governor's award for one of the largest redevelopments in the state. This project is an old school. It had been vacant for a while. It's a brownfield project. It had contamination in the dirt, asbestos, lead paint. It won the neighborhood revitalization award. This project is right here in Muskegon. It's 9 stories. I believe it's the tallest building in the city, It's a brownfield project, contaminated soils, had asbestos, lead paint. It didn't win an award yet. This project is vacant land in Montague that we purchased in 1988 and redeveloped it. It had contaminated soils. It was 35 years ago. It was my first project. It started out very small and it grew by adding multiple phases. It was a 5-phase project. Pretty scary because it was bigger than I should have bit off on my first development. We did win the award for, well, it won me the award for Young Entrepreneur of the Year for the Small Business Administration. Just barely. I was 29 and the limit was 30. This is Terrace Point Landing. You all know it. It's downtown in Muskegon. It was the first development in about 20 years in downtown Muskegon. It was vacant property with contaminated soils. It had vapor issues. We had to address the vapor issues with some of the people that spoke tonight. It had soil contamination, and we brought in 2,800 yards or 2,800 tandem axle dump trucks of clean soil. And our local contractor on this project was Accurate Excavating, and they did a great job putting a cap and a contact barrier on top of the project. The next project was a complicated land use project with 47 acres on Spring Lake, and it had a very complex marina permit with wetlands that we had to deal with, but we successfully developed it with Eagle. These projects on this slide are simply an example of other businesses that we own in West Michigan, and 2 of them are the hotels downtown here. This certainly isn't all of the businesses, but it's the Lake House, the Shoreline Inn, Walker's, the Delta by Marriott Hotel, which has the convention center connected to it, and then down on the bottom is the Wharf Marina. These projects were contaminated projects in the sense that the convention center had a nasty old oil well. It had PFAS. We had to deal with the PFAS. We dealt with it successfully. And the wharf, in 2018, we doubled the size, built a new building. We worked with ERG, that's how we met them. And they helped us work with Eagle to be able to build a 45,000 square foot building on that site. That's the history of the projects we've done throughout West Michigan that are unrelated to SAPI, but I wanted to cover them. But I really am here to discuss our new project, and I will have to say it's the most exciting project that I've ever felt so great about for Parkland Properties. It's the former paper mill site. It's 123 acres. It's a contaminated site. You can see it in the next picture. It wasn't pretty back in the day. It had, however, an incredible location. You can see in the background the beaches. You can see the country club. You can see the county's new park where the old Nugent Sand Lakes are located. It's as good as it gets. It's next to Lake Michigan, scientifically the largest lake in the world, and Muskegon Lake, the largest lake connected to the largest lake in the world in West Michigan. There's a row of very, very large and not very attractive buildings that lined Lakeshore Drive that have been since removed. And one of the big ones is shown in this photo, and that's what it looked like in the early 2000s. Not very attractive. So I want to talk about the history, the history just briefly, because the decommissioning of the paper mill was something that we all look back on and we think, that's cool that that got done, and we don't really realize how close we came to not being able to do that. The paper mill operated from 1899 till 2009, 110 years, and finally in 2009, right in the middle of the recession, it ceased and it was decommissioned. So in 2011, finally the property was sold. This Muskegon property sold to a South African-based SAPI company, or sold by them to a Michigan demolition company. So the sale contained deed restrictions preventing non-industrial use, and environmental testing of the site wasn't possible without SAPI's approval. MLive said at the time, and I'll just read it, this is a typical way for a company to protect itself from future actions by other parties who may want to go back to that corporation and sue them for environmental activities that they need to undertake, or even some harm as a result of the environmental conditions. That's pretty scary. And uses were discussed, including an industrial scrapyard and shipbreaking. So what does that look like? You take the site that was there now, and then you go to the demolition photo where they demolish it by dynamite, and then you end up with various different results. We'll talk about a few of those results and show you some photos of what has happened in other places and what it could have looked like. But instead, there was a group of investors that you heard about tonight and heard from in some part that formed a company called, or an organization called Pure Muskegon. And that was in 2013. And the property was put under contract by these local business people known as Pure Muskegon that desired to prevent the property from becoming this industrial scrap and shipbreaking yard. So they desired to give this huge property on Muskegon Lake an opportunity for a new life beyond industrial uses. Pure Muskegon did not want the paper mill site to remain undeveloped like other abandoned paper mill sites in West Michigan. For example, Parchment, Michigan, near Kalamazoo, is still undeveloped today. It's a horrible problem. It's a much bigger problem than we have. Because at the time, as MLive said, Pure Muskegon stepped forward to buy the old industrial site from the demolition company and gave it vibrant, and wants to give it vibrant new life because they love Muskegon. They want that section of Muskegon Lake to be something that the community can take pride in, and they didn't want it to become a scrapyard. So if you look at these images, this is Parchment, what it looks like today. It never got torn down. It's still there, unlike Muskegon's paper mill that got torn down 15 years ago. It gave us a huge head start. This is what a shipbreaking operation could look like. This is an example of ships that are waiting to be broken and taken apart, like the picture of the one that's up the little basin that looks almost identical to the basin that's in the middle of the Sappy paper mill site. So, more history on Pure Muskegon, 2013 to 2016. They had to work through the purchase process, a very complicated purchase process that meant they went from purchase agreement to closing in a period of 3 years. And MLive stated at the time the Muskegon community overwhelmingly desired to have this large site repurposed for non-industrial uses. Pure Muskegon worked with the state of Michigan and Sappy to lift restrictive covenants on property to allow for expanded environmental testing, which was key, and a path forward to non-industrial development of the site. And as a requirement of the removal of the covenants, the state of Michigan finally released Sappy from claims related to environmental contamination at the site. And they believed, and Pure Muskegon believed, that if the restrictions were not lifted, the site would have remained as an industrial use indefinitely. The last thing we would want. 2016, the closing takes place. Pure Michigan purchases the property. They work with environmental consultants. They test the conditions at the site, and they formulate due care strategies. They search for an experienced real estate team to develop the site for residential, commercial, and public uses. That takes a while. They interview dozens of different developers. And they're not a development firm themselves. They didn't want to form one, and they didn't intend to redevelop the property themselves. Finally, in 2022, based on additional research they had done over the years that they owned it, they were able to obtain a $15 million award from the state of Michigan to assist with the contamination on the site. A huge step. So let's move on from the history part and talk about where we are today and where the future brings us. In 2023, Pure Muskegon and Parkland Properties start talking, and a broker gets involved. There's a middlewoman, and Pure Muskegon agrees to sell the site to our company in Muskegon. And since July, Parkland has continued additional environmental, soil studies, zoning studies, market research, and a variety of other research for Windward Point. We've spent over $1 million in combination with the seller trying to finish this testing and make it more broad and work on improvements such as the fencing that you've seen and the removal of railroad tracks and environmental soil and water testing. And just our part alone, outside of the money that came from the PFAS grant or from the support that we generously received from GMED, our local GMED, we've spent over $200,000 ourselves, and as we go past this PUD approval and continue towards closing, this amount is going to substantially increase and increase very, very quickly. Parkland Properties is seeking PUD approval tonight because that's what you do before you invest millions of dollars in additional resources. It's a classic cart before the horse analysis that every developer goes through. We will continue testing, we will continue engineering, and we will continue designing. The challenges of this property are, there's 4 of them, but the 2 biggest ones are the size and the complexity. It's 123 acres, and it's got environmental and site conditions that are complex. If it was small and complex, that'd be one thing, or if it was large and not complex, that would be another thing. But this is both easy. Those are both easier. This is large and complex. And with this design, working through this design with the Planning Commission was complex, partly because the DPC charrette that was done for the design previously created a lot of expectations that were unfortunately unrealistic. And I'll get into that further as we go through the slideshow. The goal is to create a viable project and one that provides benefits to the community, short-term and long-term. We don't want to promise to do a project that we can't complete, yet we want to offer as much to the community as we possibly can. So it's a balancing act, and we feel like we've done a good job going through that as we've gone through the public engagement, the Planning Commission meetings, met with individuals that are stakeholders, met with the city staff. Individual city staff members had sometimes competing ideas. They didn't agree. But as we went along the way, we were able to combine ideas from city staff. There's park areas that were a result of meeting with the mayor. There's other ideas that came from meeting with Commissioner Emery. There's Planning Commission members that had different ideas. And I tried to take as many ideas from the general public and what I heard in the public engagement. And there's a lot of things I didn't even think of, like I didn't think of the playground. I was just an oversight. Or senior housing. It's just because I don't do it, but that doesn't mean I can't bring a senior housing person in. So it was a very, very productive and engaging process, and the city did a great job holding my hand through it. So thank you for that. I want to talk about environmental. That's one of the topics that comes up in social media a lot. It's been discussed by some of the comments tonight. It's something that's normally in the lane of the state, and at the same time, it's important to talk about it at this level when we're going through the PUD process as well. We shared environmental updates on the date of our public engagement and did it very, very extensively with lots of slides and lots of information about some of the same things we're going to show tonight. And we did it as well at a Planning Commission meeting. Pure Muskegon and Eagle have been testing this paper mill site for years. And since November of 2018, there's no new environmental contaminants that have been discovered on the site. Our recent research has been focusing on determining concentrations of those contaminants. We haven't found new contaminants. We're finding where they are, how concentrated they are, and any related environmental conditions. The 3 environmental firms that have worked on this site opined in writing that the site can be safely redeveloped, and Grand Valley State University Water Resource Institute also provided a letter regarding PFAS testing, and I'll speak to that as well. These letters have been provided to you, and they're also on the screen. They speak for themselves, but they all say that they believe this property can be safely redeveloped. We also know that we'll be working with Eagle to do that. Redevelopment of the site will make the property cleaner. It will make it safer. It's not going to get cleaner by doing nothing. If we don't touch this property and do nothing, it will not change. It will not get cleaner. Many of the conditions on site are consistent with conditions that have been found at other brownfield sites in Michigan, and most importantly, lots of ones that you guys know, the ones you have right here in Muskegon. The contaminated sites in Muskegon include Coles Quality Foods, Adelaide Point, Harbor 31, Muskegon Catholic Charities, Muskegon Convention Center, Muskegon Rescue Mission, Samaritas Affordable Living Senior Apartments, Shaw Walker, Shoreline Inn Hotel, Terrace Point Landing, and others. The Convention Center. Grand Landing is in Grand Haven. It's next to our wharf project in Grand Haven. It's one of the biggest contaminated sites I know of. Each site has its own challenges and must be overcome as part of any redevelopment project, and the state of Michigan has created programs to assist with the safe redevelopment of these sites. Just to give you a flavor of how many there are, this is the map published by Eagle. So if we didn't do anything with these sites, what would Muskegon look like today? We wouldn't have Harbor 31, we wouldn't have the Shoreline Inn, we wouldn't have Terrace Point Landing, we wouldn't do anything with Sappy, and you can see all the other colored, dark colors and bright colors. Those are places we wouldn't have developed. So Parkland Properties is working with its consultants and Eagle on a due care plan to allow for safe redevelopment and use of the Windward site. The methods that will be utilized by Parkland are consistent with methods that have been used on other brownfield sites, including housing developments in the city and across the nation. Parkland will not exacerbate conditions at the site as part of its redevelopment. It's not allowed to. Parkland will not know the final cost of these brownfield activities. I don't today, and I won't until Parkland has worked with Eagle through the site-specific requirements at Windward Point based on the approved PUD. All activities at the site will be in accordance with all laws and regulations that are applicable to contaminated properties like this. So what are some examples of commonly used practices that may be utilized during the Windward Point redevelopment? Some examples would include vapor barriers, dust mitigation, natural vegetation, native vegetation, clean cap soil barrier like we did at Terrace Point, stormwater management systems, passive or active venting systems, removal of unsuitable soils, and other methods that we'll learn about as we go through this process that are proposed by our environmental consultants. There's a couple of images that kind of tell the story. There's a picture in the upper left with a sand cap delivery for a contact barrier and dust mitigation. The bottom left is the example of a vapor barrier with subgrade and then a base layer. And then there's a membrane and then there's protection in between that and the structural slab. And then there's a venting system that shows how that works. That's one of those things that I think Dave Dusendang talked about that gets smoke tested. On the right side, you'll see how stormwater can be put through a system that actually helps make the site cleaner and prevents exacerbation of the contaminants that are on the site. That's just a drawing and an image that we got out of a manual. I want to talk a little bit about the DPZ charrette because it ties right into this environmental issue and how that created some expectations that we could build channels, we could add additional surface water, we could have lakes, and we were really excited about it when we saw it. And it really drummed up national excitement about the property. And it created interest in the property's redevelopment. It was intended to show what the property could be if the money and the financing and the marketability and the time and the conditions at the site were not the big obstacles that they are. We looked at it, we loved it, we thought it was really cool. It's just not appropriate for this site and for our company. And the reason is we wanted to focus on the new housing study that vigorously supports the products that we're proposing. The average price of the products we're proposing are 1/4 as high as the ones that were in the DPZ plan. The project we're proposing doesn't have to exacerbate contamination to make it work. We can build it for less expensive because we don't have to, because we know that we're not trying to remove lime or connect waterways to Muskegon Lake. We know there's underground piling from the paper mill there, and certain things that were in the DPZ plan would have required removal of those piling, and who knows how long those piling are, but there are over 2,000 of them supposedly underground, 9 feet below the surface. So there's obstacles to remove those cost-wise and regulatory-wise, and we decided that trying to add additional surface water to this site wasn't realistic for our company. We do like the plan. I don't disagree that it's a beautiful plan. It's just not appropriate at this time in history at this site. Just a summary of what we showed, because we came right out very transparently at the very beginning at the public engagement meeting in October, or was it September? September. Time flies when you're having fun. So these slides show the same thing we did at the public engagement. The yellow line shows the original shoreline. Everything on the top of the yellow line is fill that was added over the 110-year period of operations. So that fill makes it more expensive to build because we have to use where those yellow dots are where we tested. A lot of those areas need to have helical piling under their structures. So we have designed a project that has smaller buildings that needs fewer of those helical piling, and we have more abundant structures, and it works for us because we're also trying to achieve the goal of the housing study. So it all kind of dovetails together and it works well. Because of those piling, we have to make sure they're protected from any lime that's in the soil, and it makes the piling more expensive. So we have to protect the piling from corrosion. We even have to use a special kind of concrete to protect it from corrosion. So we're going in with our eyes wide open. We've had this property under contract for 6 months. We've done a ton of research. This is the PFAS slide. Everyone will be getting fresh drinking water. There's no real exposure created by the PFAS, but we're going to take every step not to exacerbate the PFAS with our development plan. This next slide shows those paper mill foundations, where the paper mill foundations were, and where there could have been piling underneath. As far as the design of the environmental plan, these environmental design impacts are proposed to not create new surface water, as I mentioned, such as lakes, ponds, or canals that could exacerbate contaminated groundwater. We're proposing shallower structures to minimize the need for dewatering of the contaminated groundwater. We're proposing to add stormwater management systems and structures and pavement to reduce the amount of stormwater percolating through contaminated soils to the groundwater. And the reason that's important is because there's been some statements made about PFAS, and there is indeed a risk that groundwater could carry PFAS into the lake. We know that PFAS is in the groundwater, and it's adjacent to Muskegon Lake. The GVSU study did not find any evidence of PFAS at detectable levels in the lake, but we know that there's PFAS in the groundwater, and we know our land is next to the lake. So everything we're proposing is mitigating that risk. Building roads in building structures and foundations and sidewalks limits the amount of percolation into the ground, and having a stormwater management system sends the water away as opposed to putting it into the ground and having it float through the ground. So dewatering during construction mitigates that risk. We had the same issues at the convention center, and it worked out fine. The plan is to use special building materials. As I mentioned, we've talked about building smaller structures, and I just want to remind you that after I'm done speaking, we have Chris from Bar Engineering here to answer any questions. The project's viable. It's a large site. It has high cost of development. We've completed successfully every project that we've started over the 35 years we've talked about. We have a history of not over-promising on what it will be able to deliver and not creating unrealistic expectations. We're not going to propose speculative or unproven products. We believe we can complete this project per the vision of Pure Muskegon, per our vision, and in a timely fashion, so the person on the phone can see it in her lifetime. There's an interesting study that we keep talking about, but there's also a county study. So I want to talk about both the county study and the city study. And we looked at that study and went, I don't know how many pages into it. It could have been 180 pages, but we got to the point where it talked about specifically what units are needed in which category and how many, and that's discussed in both the county and the city. So the next two slides talk about the county, and then there's the same slide for the city. There's 677 rental units for 51 to 80% of area median income. That's the lower level. We are going to provide that. Those units start at about $1,000 a month. There's 460 rental units for 81 to 120% of area median income. That's sort of the middle level. We are going to provide that. And then there's 484 rental units for 121% or more of area median income. That's the higher level. We're going to provide that. So we're attacking all three of those categories, and the same thing is true for the for sale units that are needed. They also have that same 51 to 121 plus rate fraction of median income. The city site, the city study is less than the entire county naturally, because we're a component of the county, a subset of the county, but there's still a ton of units that are needed in each one of these categories. And one thing that keeps coming up that I find super interesting is that the city study had found 10% of people that work in the city and commute to live somewhere else would live within the city of Muskegon if there was suitable housing. So I think that's pretty exciting. The housing products is going to be broad and diverse. There's going to be a myriad of housing products, as I mentioned, both rental and both for sale units, both rental and for sale units. And the attainable apartments will be $1,000 or less to larger 3-bedroom apartments and everything in between. The condos will range from $200,000 to $350,000, and they're in that second row, and they're in those 8 to 12 unit buildings that have a view over the houses. And for that price, you'd be able to buy something that's coming with waterfront views and balconies and all the amenities that come along with a project in this product in this project. There's over 150 home sites with lots ranging from $150,000 to $250,000, and based on the size of the lot, you could easily fit a 1,800 square foot house on that lot and feel very comfortable. And if you really wanted to be big, you could go to 5,000 square feet. There is a limited number of large waterfront homes, probably only about 11. And we put those in because we didn't want people to leave Muskegon if they're a captain of an industry or they work at the hospital We wanted to have a few higher end lots that range from $600,000 to $800,000, and they could be 5,000 square feet to 10,000 square feet homes. So we'll be competing with Spring Lake, we'll be competing with Holland, we'll be competing with Petoskey, but we won't have a huge part of our project dedicated to that. It'll just be the first thing you see when you drive in on your boat off the channel, and it'll be one of the pictures that everybody sees in brochures for Muskegon, Muskegon County, our hotel, so we're pretty excited about it. There's also retail and business products that we are going to build that are pretty dramatic because it's larger than anything that's been done in a long time. We want to provide meaningful and sustainable business opportunities that are supported by the new and neighboring housing. In other words, if we build all this housing, it'll be easier to have a successful business in this neighborhood because you can have a hair salon, or you can have a restaurant, you can have a fitness center, a daycare center, a pet care center, a coffee shop, or a small convenience store, or a small grocery. And we want to select tenants to take these spaces and support the experience of living in this development, but also support their experience as an entrepreneur. This total would be flexible because it can expand into additional buildings by having some of these apartment or senior housing buildings not have indoor parking, but instead have outdoor parking. So that's why it could be growing from 43,000 to 95,000 square feet. If there's a demand, we want to have more retail. That's our goal. But we're proposing more square footage of commercial business and retail space than any non-industrial manufacturing product in the last 30 years in Muskegon. These retail and business products are going to need employees, and we are going to need a lot of employees. So I thought it was interesting to take and analyze the demographic of our much expanded workforce at Windward Point and look at it and see if it's going to be consistent with our workforce in Muskegon, and we think it will be. Our current workforce at Parkland is 418 in the last 12 months, and that includes the seasonal workers. So we have a program through our Paychecks program that will tell us what the makeup of our workforce is, and people volunteer to put this information in the information when they fill out their first day when they come to work for us. And more than half of our employees do not identify as Caucasian or white. So we would expect that just like the diversity in housing costs and types that we are going to offer, we are also going to offer full diversity in the jobs that will be filled by the businesses that run their operation as entrepreneurs through our rental spaces, or the restaurant we own, the event center that we own, or the marina that we operate, and our property managers that run the property management for the condo associations or for the apartments. So we thought that would be, that was a good idea Rory had, because I did not know we could do that with our programming. So it was good information. This is an aerial view of the site plan. You can see in the foreground of that site plan, it's mocked up, and you haven't seen this before, Mayor. We kind of did this because you asked for something similar to this, but it shows how the site plan sits in front of the golf course and the neighborhood. And then you see the marina and the golf course in the foreground. You see Balcomb's Cove. The next site plan is straight down. This is what we used at the Planning Commission. The yellow that's sort of highlighted doesn't make the site plan look too good, but what it does do is it tells you exactly where all the public parks are. P1 through P14 are public accessible areas, and 11 of those spaces are parks, and I think 7 of those spaces are directly on the water. And so when you're directly on the water, you kind of think in terms of how many frontage feet has Parkland donated for public use. We donated roughly 1,000 feet of frontage feet right on Muskegon Lake. And then as far as acreage, everybody thinks in acreage, so 6.25 acres of property has been donated towards the public use. And then in addition to that, there was another move made by the city to negotiate an option agreement to be able to purchase more waterfront, which would bring your total water frontage from 1,000 to 1,250 roughly, and then another 1.25 acres, which brings you to a total of 7.5 acres, should you exercise that option. The site plan's so large, just to move through it quickly from the left to the right or from the west to the east, we start with the marina at the left, and the yellow stripe shows where the public can walk on the docks. The yellow that surrounds the restaurant includes everything but the pool as far as publicly accessible. Of course, the restaurant's open to the public. The parking lot behind the restaurant is open to the public. Then there's the boat storage building and the in-out slips and the in-out service. There's a deep water fishing pier at the end of P2. There's a water taxi pickup because we really love the idea of the water taxi, and we think if nobody else does it, we'll do it ourselves, because there's 7 different areas that we can go that are really cool, including the Maritime Museums, the park on the north side of the channel, the park on the south side of the channel, which brings you to the deck and to Dockers and to Lake House and to Bear Lake Tavern, and all the different destinations we have in Muskegon Lake. And then on the other side would be a place where you could park a cruise ship. When it's not being used as the backup location for the cruise ship, because the best location is Heritage Landing, this becomes the backup location when they have 2 cruise ships at the same time, or if there's some repairs that need to be done at Heritage Landing, or they don't want to be there because of a loud festival, this is a great location for a cruise ship. But when it's not there, which is most of the time, there'd be transient dockage on the other side of the dock as well. So the transient docks will be really cool, because when you come visit this marina, you'll be able to take your water taxi into town, you'll be able to go to the beach, and boaters will have things to do, but so will the residents that live there, and anyone that happens to rent an apartment has access to all these amenities. So we think it'll make it a really fun place to live. Deep water fishing piers will be located throughout the property, and they will be open to the public. That P1 is actually a 180-foot beach that's to the far left. There's the retail corridor shows in this where the red dots are, because the red dots actually take you to a waterfront park that is the closest to Lakeshore Drive that we can get, because it's the narrowest distance where you go to the former coal dock. That's where in that one shot where the ship breaking could have taken place, right where that number 16 is. P5 could have been the ship breaking spot. But the red dot line is the bike trail. So the bike trail has been moved on our property, and then it has 2 places where it shoots right towards the P5, and then later you'll see it in the P9 park. And then the larger green lots that are shown start with M1, M2, M3. Those are multi-unit housing buildings that hold up to 12 units per building. We called them condo mansions in previous meetings. We're not sure what to call them long-term, but they look like large homes, but they really have a big garage facility on the lower level. Then on the second level, they have 5 units, and then the third level, they have 5 units, and then hopefully they'll have a rooftop deck and a little elevator inside and a stairway. And they have an incredible view to the lake. And then there's a 35-foot native vegetation zone we've talked about on the waterfront based on community input. If you look at this list, you'll see that anything that says community input behind it in parentheses, those are things we didn't think of and somebody else thought of. We thought it was a good idea, or somebody told us we really needed to do it, and we did it. So that's how it happened. The large lots I talked about, like 11 of these are the ones that would be sort of between the restaurant and the coal basin. They can be large homes, 5,000 to 10,000 square feet, to make sure we have an option for the people that are currently living in Muskegon Lake. The next slide shows some townhomes. This is a site that I sold to Duzendang Homes a while back next to my wharf marina down in Grand Haven. He built these, so we put 35 of these in across from the parking lot of the restaurant. So on the site plan, you'll see the townhomes we talked about. And then that retail corridor, this is a design inspiration because it shows some apartments above, which is what we're going to have. We're going to have 55 apartments above, but 40 to 80 retail spaces below. And then what's cool about this shot is it shows the lake in the background, which is exactly what we would have in our retail corridor coming across from the country club. And then this is a design inspiration that we liked that was inspired by another project we saw for the retail corridor. So we put that in there as well. And then the next slide shows the beach, and sometimes it's nice to see the exact size off a survey to show this 180 feet of shoreline over by the launch ramp to the far east. And then that's a vision of what we think might work. Obviously, there's some permitting to do because of the invasive species or any wetlands that we would have to consider if we had to mitigate to deal with that. We'd have to work around them or in front of them to have a beach area. And then the middle section, I'm going to call it Center West, because there's 4 sections. This begins to show some of the senior housing and the apartment buildings. And again, these multi-unit housing buildings that look like large houses. And then we've got the large dwelling home sites, the single-family home sites that are smaller. You've got this view corridor to the lake that mimics the one that you saw at P5. This one is P9. And P9 then brings you to what the mayor refers to as the arc of parks, because 16 got expanded with that option to have all of these additional lots. And then all of a sudden you have the combination of 4 or 5 different uses. The one that's called 22 is the free-range fenced-in dog park. 23 is the playground. 24 is the leashed dog park and the trails throughout the wooded, the mature woodlands. And there's trees in there. We call them mature because I can barely fit my arms around some of them. And then there's bike paths. The red line with the dots is the bike path. And then the entire street system is good for bike paths too, because of the fact that you can not worry about cars too much because it's a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit. The next step is just showing you these housing buildings, these what we call condo mansions or multi-unit housing buildings that have the garage down below and the units up above. Make them attractive, make them look like very residential, not commercial, and then have views that look over the lake. And then these are the houses that are 2,000 to 5,000 square feet on some of the medium-sized lots. And then you go to the next one, and then these houses probably are more 1,800 to maximum 3,500 square feet because they're on the smaller lots. And then you go to the end, you've got, I feel like I mixed up. Well, I'll just say, this is landscape enhancements for the high density. We did this. Jamie from the planning department came up with the idea of adding a little more boulevard between garage doors, more trees, more vegetation. So if you look at the detail on the vegetation plan, we have extra vegetation on the garage doors. And then you go to the next step, and you're now to the far east, and you can see where we've got P12, which was an addition based on some negotiations with some of the members of the Planning Commission and the City Commission. And P12 is a cool way to get out past the edge of the property and then look straight towards the wooded dunes and the blowout dune that exists over by the channel, some of the most beautiful views of the whole lake. And then P13 gets you over the wetlands and out to a fishing platform. P14 has a huge parking lot next to it, so the general public can park there. Each one of these little parks has at least 5 or 6 parking spots. Some of them have a lot more. P10 has a whole bunch more. There's just a variety of access points where you can get to these little parklets. And then this is design inspiration for either the senior housing or the condo buildings or the apartment buildings. These buildings likely will have different styles and different sections of the development to create the feel of a little bit of a different neighborhood. And just based on taste, people might like one design over the other. And then this is P10. This is the one where you have the leashed dog run, the unleashed free-range dog run. This is pollinator gardens in a couple areas that came from Jamie in the planning department and Mike. This was the park with the big trees. This is the image of showing what that might look like, except our trees are bigger. This is the public playground. That was on the left. This is that walkway through the nature, through the wetlands over on the east side of the property. And then this shows the interconnectivity of the bike trail that goes around the lake, and for a large part of it would be put on our property. Well, I should keep calling it ours, but Pure Muskegon's property. So, and then there's 3 or 4 public fishing piers. 3 incredible areas to have those are on that former coal basin because it's 35 feet deep. And then a 4th place is over at P12, which faces to the east. And then there's 2 spots where we have public kayak launches, one at the P1 and then another one, I can't remember which park it is, but there's 2 that we've designated that we think are perfect. This is sort of a, verification by Naderveld of the exact size of each park area of the P1 through P14. P15 is just a big walkway. So P1 through P14, it shows exact square footage. It shows the lineal feet on the water. It shows the gross total amount of property that's being donated in terms of lineal feet on the water, and also the public boardwalk, and then also the acreage. And I already covered that before. This is a superimposed image of the site plan at an angle from a bird's eye perspective, looking down at the golf course with us in front on the shoreline. The next slide is something that was requested by your leaders, and we thought the best person to ask for a study would be the same one that did the study on the DPZ project. The DPZ project had a study, and it was pretty impressive. And so we know of Dr. Isley and Professor Glupker because they put on the economic forum at the Delta by Marriott Hotel every year for the community, and they also do it at the DeVos place the DeVos Hall down in Grand Rapids. So he's a well-renowned speaker when it comes to economic forecasting. So he did sort of an economic impact study for this project, and he determined in this study, which you all have a copy of, that the construction spending would be approximately $492 million, and the support from that would be for 3,932 jobs. Now, that's not us employing 3,932 people. This is the trickle-down effect of we buy products from companies that we use for construction. That company ends up having to hire more people to build more products. We have people at Eagle that are working on this project. I'm assuming it includes those jobs. It includes jobs that are related to environmental controls. It's including jobs that are related to cleaning, providing groceries at the grocery store down the street, the gas station down the street. So it includes all of those jobs. He uses a program that I don't know how to use, but I kept asking questions, and I learned a lot about that program, and it's pretty cool how they can do it. The annual economic impact of Windward Point is estimated at $50.9 million in economic output, and its support for 405 jobs conservatively. And the annual fiscal impact is $11 million for the city of for the county of Muskegon, and an aggregate benefit of $1.1 billion for the county over 50 years. The furthest he felt comfortable going is 50 years because buildings often get torn down after 50 years and uses change. So that's why they limited it for 50 years. Did I say something wrong? Yeah, it includes the entire county, not just the city. So we kind of want to end on a positive note and just say this is a really positive situation for Muskegon. If you think about where we could be and where we are now, it's amazing. The paper mill closed and the contamination stopped being produced at this site 15 years ago. And then the restrictions on the environmental testing get lifted and the environmental conditions at the site get studied. And we've known the environmental conditions on this site for 5 years. The restrictions, as they're lifted, means the property can be redeveloped. The property was initially purchased by a group of individuals with a passion for Muskegon, and fortunately, they didn't have impatient capital, they had extremely patient capital. Now, the guy with impatient capital can take over and work on it, and our local Muskegon development team with 35 years of experience in investing in West Michigan is willing to do this project. We think it's a great opportunity to create a development that will have a profound, long-lasting impact. It'll help solve the local housing crisis. It helps solve a regional housing crisis, and it includes attainable for rent, and it includes attainable for sale products, and it generates tens of millions of dollars per year in economic spin-off to the community. It's an opportunity to create the fullest spectrum of jobs, diversity of jobs, and diversity of housing units and various types of housing units, more than Muskegon has ever seen. And we're super proud to be part of it. We are here for questions, and I hope I've been thorough enough. Sorry if I took too long. We've got Chris from Bar Engineering if you need any questions answered. You can ask me questions, or I can just go sit down.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Rooks, for that thorough presentation. It is a major project, probably the largest project that any one of us will see in our lifetimes here in Muskegon County. And so it does merit the thoroughness. So I appreciate that. Commissioners, do you have questions for Mr. Rooks or questions for any of the other professionals that he's brought with him this evening? Vice Mayor German.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Rooks. I remember 2012, I got on the commission, and one of the questions was from the public, what do you want to see with that site, the old former Sappy site? And basically, I had a vision with that property actually being demolished of the Sappy site and seeing some type of development. Didn't know what it would look like, but it takes vision. And what I'm seeing here is a vision that you are proposing to the city. And I like it. You know, and I got a chance to visit the site. You gave me a tour around it. But also, one of the major concerns, and we talked about that, is the contamination and the safety of the public. So I guess I will be asking some of your staff members about the contamination. What are the chances that this contaminants or PFAS could run into the water if disturbed? One of my first no votes was not to use explosives to bring down that smokestack, because what was brought to the commission at that time, they said it wasn't contaminated. So it went on, and then actually that Sunday they found out that it was contaminated. Well, after 100 plus years, I would think so. So the main concern again, and I've, you know, in your presentation you talked about the vapor barriers and how you would maintain control, and I looked at your portfolio and what you've done on your other projects, very impressive. And a project of this magnitude, you know, it concerns me. I support what you're doing, but I just want to make sure that we do it in a way where everybody is safe and there's no backlash or harmful are done to the public or anyone that may possibly live at that site. So.
Sure. Maybe I'll invite Chris from Bar Engineering, and he is familiar with the site because he's here representing me, but he also worked for the seller and is intimately familiar with this project and can answer any questions or speak to it. So.
You can introduce yourself and your organization, sir.
Thank you, John. Yes, I'd be happy to. My name is Chris Miron. I'm a senior chemical engineer and vice president with Bar Engineering, based in Grand Rapids.
Welcome. Good evening.
Thank you. To your question, Vice Mayor German. So, with regard to the PFAS considerations that you initially raised, groundwater on this property flows off of the hill to the south and to the north, towards Muskegon Lake. And we would expect it to continue to do so once this development is completed. And as John rightly noted in his presentation, the amount of percolation that will occur on the property post-development will be reduced. And the studies that we've done on the property and studies that have been completed by others prior to BAR's involvement have documented that some of the PFAS constituents are present in soils above the water table, and which would be expected given the fact that they were likely released to the ground surface. So the expectation is, as a result of this development, the impermeable surfaces and the stormwater management systems that will be in place as part of the development should reduce that percolation of precipitation. It should reduce leaching of PFAS constituents out of the unsaturated or soils above the water table to groundwater, and it should ultimately reduce the flow of groundwater to Muskegon Lake associated with this property.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Also, given the fact that you talked about some of the parks and the dog park also, and it stated that PFAS can actually, animals can be exposed to PFAS from the soil, and also it states that it can be in the air, also the water and soil. So I mean, I heard you talked about capping that area off, but I mean, what are the chances that that could happen to prevent that type of incident?
So a key component of the due care plan that will be developed for the property, which a due care plan is just a description of the activities that will be undertaken by the developer to assure that the property is safe for its intended use. And a key component of that will be, suggested in the presentation, placement of a clean cover over the property to eliminate the potential for direct contact exposures, whether it be through human activities or property. The expectation is that that cover will be placed, that cover will be maintained over time, and that will preclude direct contact exposures to PFAS or other contaminants that are present in the site soils.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
I yield. Someone else may have questions.
Commissioner Hood?
Yes, I'd just like you to go back to the leaching of PFAS into the groundwater, into the water, actually. And what are we doing, or what would you be doing to minimize that, or are you going to minimize it?
The intent, and there's a distinction to be made in terms of, as a developer, Parkland's obligations would include what they call due care obligations under Michigan's environmental remediation regulatory framework. And their obligations are to not make things worse, to prevent exacerbation of existing contamination, and to assure that the intended use is safe for, that the property is safe for the intended use, so the hazards are mitigated. So in terms of what will be done to reduce leaching of PFAS, it is mostly just cover and impermeable covers.
This one.
Please, Commissioner Hood.
So, And I know this is a concern to you also, and the builders. So, Eagle, to my understanding, they're there every step of the way with watching and can't do anything without them giving the approval or directing what needs to be done. Can you kind of explain that?
Yes, particularly in the context of like the $15 million grant that has been obtained in relation to environmental conditions on the property. Eagle manages that grant, so they kind of function as a gatekeeper to accessing those monies. And to the extent that those monies are going to be used for due care activities on the property, Eagle will need to approve those activities in the context of a formal work plan that describes the due care activities. And typically, or in this situation, that's how we would expect to see their concurrence manifest.
One more follow-up, Commissioner
just
Hood.
one more.
I got some in the same vein of questioning too. So we're gonna
Well,
be
you go
continuing-
ahead.
We're going to be continuing the conversation.
Go ahead. You can bring it out better than I will.
So the PFAS situation is something that is of great concern to our community, as well as to the existing property owners, the interested developer who wishes to acquire the property, and I'm sure yourself as well. As you're a resident of not Muskegon, but of Michigan.
Yes, I reside in southeast of Grand Rapids.
So
Caledonia.
You, as a resident of Michigan, have a care for our Great Lakes, and any potential for PFAS contamination to Muskegon Lake and by extension Lake Michigan should be of concern of yours as well, I would imagine. And is a concern of all of ours, I believe. So I don't want to speak for all of the commission, but the sense that I have from my understanding of my fellow commissioners is that this is a concern among ours and our communities. And we understand that as this development proceeds, and I think there's a lot of excitement around the development, the redevelopment of this property, and the considerable efforts in many years to get us to the point where we're at the threshold of seeing it redeveloped. And we understand too that to move it forward, as Commissioner Hood was just mentioning, and as you were speaking to, that to move it forward each step of the way, whether it's residential, commercial, recreational, what have you, that's going to influence the level of cleanup or mitigation required by Eagle to permit that type of development. Now, as I understand it, to move forward redevelopment of this property and to get those permits, whether it's residential, commercial, or the like, PFAS cleanup is not necessarily a requirement. Because we aren't going to be using the groundwater for use, we're going to be using the city water system, that ensuring that PFAS is not leaching into Muskegon Lake is not necessarily a requirement for the development to proceed. So what I'm wondering, and this maybe is more of a question for the developer, and you can speak to it as well perhaps though, what can we do? So we have an acknowledgement, so let me back up a few things for context. We have an acknowledgement that there is a risk of PFAS leaching. We've heard, however, from GVSU, their water testing, that they have not identified concentrations of PFAS in their samples, but there's an acknowledged risk. And in a previous Fishback report also said there's a likelihood of leaching having happened and could continue happening. And so I think what we want to know are the reassurances about mitigating that leaching, being ongoing monitoring and vigilance against that leaching. Now we do understand, or at least I understand, the stormwater management, that's going to really help. That's going to help reduce risk of leaching. The impermeable surfaces with the development itself is going to help mitigate risk. The topsoil, the capping, really going to help mitigate risk and reduce that risk. Those are all good and great things. What I'm wondering, and to reassure our community, is how are we going to continue monitoring for the potential risks of PFAS leaching in Muskegon Lake and being vigilant against that leaching, and working with the developer. This isn't necessarily putting the onus on the developer alone of addressing this issue, but working with our partners, the city, the state, GVSU, and Water Resource Institute. We all have a vested interest in protecting that amazing natural resource, which is Muskegon Lake and by extension Lake Michigan. So if someone can speak to how we can step up and be extra vigilant in oversight, monitoring, and protection of any risk of leaching of PFAS into Muskegon Lake.
Yeah, challenging question to answer. And it's not something that I have had a long opportunity to discuss with Parkland in terms of what Parkland would be willing to do in relation to that. They have no obligation under applicable Michigan law, as I understand it, to do such monitoring or to implement a remedial action as might have been required of a liable party on the property. So I guess I'm hesitant to make any sort of.
Well, I want to make sure the folks at home can hear you as well.
Okay. We're not just going to do the bare minimum. You probably perked up when you heard Tom Monette, who spoke about Terrace Point Landing. I had forgotten all about it. We did vapor barriers where we weren't required to do vapor barriers. We just did it on the whole site and made it a requirement of the buyers to do the vapor barriers. So we went above the call of duty, if you will, if you want to say it that way. We're here doing a project that we want to do. We don't have to do, and we're from here. We live here, and we wouldn't buy the property if we didn't think it was a possible great thing for the city. And we will have a grant with which we can do more than what's required if there's grant funding available, and the grant funding's there. So I think we can do a really good job, but there's a lot to study, and wherever Chris went, there he is. This is a guy who, the more I talk to him, the more I learn, and we're not going to spare any expense on our environmental consulting so we can learn as much as possible. So there's an element of trust, I get it, but we also have a track record. So
Yeah, and I want you to know you're not alone in this, that you have partners with vested interest in this as well. And so we need to make sure that we are working hand in hand on ensuring the safety and well-being of our community, our residents, as well as the natural environment as well. And so something that we can continue those conversations on how we can work more closely together for further vigilance and monitoring. Because all the other aspects, the environmental conditions, the contaminants in the property itself, like I understand as us moving forward with the land use, like supporting this PUD, and you moving forward with your development is going to require that due care plan. You're going to have to submit plans for environmental cleanup and mitigation that Eagle is going to be reviewing very, very closely. And they're going to be making a determination on what is safe. They are the experts. We are not the experts on the environmental conditions and what constitutes as safe for a resident or a business owner or shopper or guest. Like Eagle is going to be making that determination. The State Department, just using acronyms, not everyone at home may know what Eagle is, but the Michigan Department of Environment, Great Lakes, and Energy. They're going to be the ones making those determinations and permitting the project to move forward. And as we know from recently, Eagle denied permits for another project nearby because of concerns over environmental conditions and wildlife habitat and preservation thereof. So we know Eagle's on top of it. There's a process, and that process works. But I just know that PFAS particular piece is of great concern to our community, reasonably so. And so I wanted to make sure that we are touching on that, speaking on that, and going to be working together on being vigilant and preserving and protecting our community. Commissioner Hood, did you have something? Did I touch on everything you wanted to touch on with regard to PFAS, or did you have something else to follow up on PFAS?
Basically, you did.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, man.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ramsey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let the record show that I am not a civil engineer, I'm not a lawyer, nor am I a scientist. Mr. Rooks, I'm excited about this project as are most of my neighbors. As the mayor has said, the issue with all of our neighbors is PFAS. So I would just like to level set and say that we know that BAR has published a report saying that PFAS is currently leaking into the lake from this property. So, neighbors, with or without this development by Mr. Rooks, PFAS is still leaking into our lake. So, if the opportunity that is being suggested to me is that we can engage with John Rooks, this man who we all see right here, who has been a friend of our community for many years. You saw him give a 3-year presentation about it not 20 minutes ago, about all the great things that he has done in this community, and he did that alongside us, right? And of course, there are all things that we would like to tweak and make them special for me, right? And we all have that, but really showing up to do the most good for the most amount of people is what John has proven that he does. And so either we can sit here and wait for the entire lake to be contaminated with PFAS. I don't know how that works or how it happens, but that sounds like it's a bad thing, and we're really worried about that. So either we can sit here and watch it happen, or we can partner with John moving forward and make sure that we come together to continue to do the work that all of our neighbors always get up here and advocate for all of the millions of dollars and the millions of hours that we have spent to clean up this lake. John's going to take it to the next step. And if John is bellying up to the bar, no pun intended, and saying that he's willing to work with us, and the mayor and the manager are also saying that we're going to meet him on that same playing field, then I would support this wholeheartedly. Because if not us and John, then who? And if not now, then when?
Thank you, Commissioner Ramsey. Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Emery?
I do. Can you address methane gases and other gases that may or may not be coming from that property?
An attempt to. So the presence of methane on the property in the subsurface is documented. The presence of hydrogen sulfide in the subsurface on the property is documented. There are other volatile organic chemicals that are present in different locations on the property that may also pose a vapor risk. Concentrations of methane in some recent correspondence that you may have seen from the Michigan Department of Environment, Great Lakes and Energy are rather high. The concentration data in and of itself, however, is not necessarily definitive. So this methane is being generated by degradation of other organic compounds, peats or wood product or what have you, below the ground surface in the absence of oxygen. And you can kind of think of the site as it stands today as just, it's vacant. There's really nothing going on. There's nothing to drive methane out of the ground surface. There's nothing to push it around. It's a relatively porous surface. It's mostly sand and other fill material. And so you can see localized accumulations of methane, or you can see methane accumulate, but it's not necessarily indicative of a very prolific source of methane like you might see in a landfill. And so there are, and I know the consultant haters in the world hate this, but we need more data. There's a need to better assess like the pressure in the subsurface of the methane and whether there is a continuing source. And mitigation design will be based on those additional data as well as the characterization data that have been collected to date. And environmental engineering and brownfield redevelopment like this is very site specific, and it's done on a case-by-case basis. So while we've heard some good information about probable technologies that might be implemented in the way of passive or active venting, vapor barriers, and those will likely be part of the development, the final determination in terms of what that looks like or how it's going to work, we're just not there yet. One thing I will mention is that, as you're considering this PUD approval, one thing Parkland has done that's been very helpful in terms of my ability to advise John and his team is to put a plan in place that we can design around and we can collect data around. And in the absence of sort of crystallizing that plan, we've had challenges in terms of trying to conceptualize mitigation technologies and other environmental issues that will occur on the property. So, I think this approval process is important to moving this entire project forward.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, follow up, Commissioner.
Okay. First, no more questions for you. Thank you. First, I want to make it very loud and clear to our residents, my constituents, anybody in this room, anybody in all of Muskegon County, please listen to this. There is not a single one of us at this bench that has lined our pockets by any of the developers in the city of Muskegon and what they have done for us, all of us. So, I hope that my voice is heard loud and clear for that one. And Michael's not saying anything. Say amen, Michael.
Amen.
All right. My next is, last week I called Eagle and discussed with them how involved they are with this property, and they are very, very involved and have been for many years. You know, they were actually involved before Sappy closed. They were even more involved when Melching started tearing it down to begin with, and then they were even more involved when Pure Muskegon purchased it. Thank you, gentlemen. I know that when I documented when Pure Muskegon purchased the property, thank you to the suggestion of their mayor, I started documenting the restart of the demolition, and talked to so many of the environmentalists and Eagle people while I was up on the hill with my camera, and I got to know them all by name, actually. And they were very, very, very involved and concerned with the pollution and the lime pile a lot on that property. So I am trusting that our state has this under control. I'm trusting that Pure Muskegon, that Parkland has all of the right intent for this property. And I want to big thank you to Pure Muskegon for going through all of the hassle that you've had to go through, getting those deed restrictions lifted. Wow, what a huge, huge, huge undertaking. And we all need to thank them that we don't have a steel mill or something of that like on that property. I've lived in Lakeside for 50 plus years. I've been through all the smelling of it, of the Sappy. I am so thankful I can walk out my door and not smell it. So I look forward to people being able to live there and enjoy it, and our lakefront being open to the rest of us that don't live there. So thank you. As the mayor said about a month ago, I think, he said, if we didn't develop this, it won't get cleaned up. So we are going to develop this, and it is going to get cleaned up in the process of developing, and we're not building on it until it gets cleaned up. And please be assured, people of the city of Muskegon, that's going to happen. Okay, I'm off my... oh, wait a minute. Oh, and on a side note, I had to write this in little tiny print because I ran out of room on my paper. I've been watching for the rest of the railroad track to come up on this happy property, and to the west. Do we have any idea when that's going to happen? Anybody? No? Yes.
Tracks could be removed all the way from downtown to the Savvy property because it was being converted to trails. But under state and federal law, the last bit required an antiquities certification from the state that the removal of the tracks wouldn't disturb any antiquities or anything like that. And the state has communicated that to the Surface Transportation Board, which approves the removal of the tracks. And they just sent a letter saying, we don't believe there'll be any problems, but we would like an antiquity plan developed. The Surface Transportation Board staff said, since it's just track removal and no excavation, we don't think that's required, and they're asking the Surface Transportation Board body to approve the track removal. So we're thinking it'll be done by the end of this year.
Okay, I'm ready with my camera, so. No, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Emery.
Yes.
Any other questions, Commissioners? Commissioner Hood?
Yeah, just one more thing. So and trust me, I want to see this develop, and I don't want to stop. I don't want to be the vote to hold it up. But I do feel that if I'm hearing this correctly, that there's no entity that will enforce, but the city, if and your promise, that will enforce the PFAS going into leaching into the Muskegon Lake. So there's nobody that's really regulating that part of it, except for the developers promise that he'll do his best. Is this correct?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, but I think the succinct way that the mayor stated it earlier was right on target, where our activities have to get a plan approved from the state. The state then monitors our activities, and we cannot exacerbate or make worse the PFAS situation. But the development activity should actually improve PFAS significantly for the same two reasons that the mayor caught on to, and that is we're reducing the amount of percolation because of the pavement, the sidewalks, the structures, the foundations, and we're reducing it because we're putting in a stormwater management system. Can we remove all PFAS out of groundwater? I don't think so, but I'm going to ask you to speak to that. I mean, the bottom line is we can't sit here and promise that we're going to remove all the PFAS out of the groundwater.
No, I wouldn't ask you for that promise, just to do your best.
Yeah, that is a very tall order, and it's really not, it would typically be the party that was liable for putting it there that would bear the obligation to fix it. And as I understand it, they've been relieved of that obligation as part of the AOC that was signed a while back.
Okay, so at first I thought we was doing our best, but you kind of got me confused here now.
Sorry.
When you said that it's nobody's responsibility, but was it Melchin? Sappy. And since they were relieved of that responsibility, then Uchana?
Question.
Mr. Manager, you have something to?
Yeah, so just as a reminder, the state did allocate $15 million for PFAS cleanup as a result of releasing SAPI from their responsibility. So the dollars that are sitting there that was talked about with the those dollars are administered through Eagle, and they're the ones that will ensure that those plans that are submitted to remediate that are addressed through that. So that money, that $15 million from the state, is there to help with that PFAS cleanup.
So
there haven't been any PFAS, there has not been PFAS evidence to date of it leaching into Muskegon Lake. there has been reports that PFAS is in the groundwater and it's adjacent to Muskegon Lake. So those are distinctions, but they're very close distinctions. It's true that we have a grant for dealing with environmental cleanup. That wasn't something I can say I did. That was the sellers that did that, and we're lucky they did that. The state has a lot of knowledge about this. We encountered it at the convention center. We had to de-water the convention center, and it was a challenge, but we figured out how to do it, and the state actually stepped in and helped in that case too.
Do you have a follow-up, Commissioner Hood, or may I? No. In the same vein, I'm just curious, because you already mentioned due care plan that's going to be required, and you have an obligation not to exacerbate the situation. The environmental conditions make it worse, including PFAS. And I presume that would include the risk of PFAS leaching, and there's aspects of your development that's going to reduce that risk. Will the due care plan and the state's oversight, Eagle's oversight of compliance with that due care plan, will that include monitoring for PFAS and its concentration or its spread? Will that be, the monitoring of PFAS be part of the due care plan? The state's supervision and insurance of compliance with the due care plan?
Additionally, monitoring of venting groundwater to surface water is not a non-liable party obligation. So a developer would not have an obligation to do that under Michigan law, as I understand it. And as a result, a due care plan would typically not include that type of monitoring. One could, in this circumstance, include it and seek state approval for it. But it is not a traditional part of a due care plan.
Okay. I'd be interested in that prospect and endeavor. But I see our Development Services Director might have something to add. Mr. Ekholm?
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. Wanted to follow up quickly on Commissioner Hood's question regarding the liability as to the cleanup of PFAS found in the groundwater here at 2400 Lakeshore Drive. So, and I think the city manager put it very well, but to put it very succinctly, the state, due to the focus on PFAS statewide, but also because way back when they absolved the original polluter of liability, because they don't have an enforcement mechanism due to that decision, they are effectively subsidizing its cleanup at this site. So there are other sites across the state where they haven't done that and they do have enforcement ability, but because of past actions they don't, and so they're effectively paying to help clean it up. As to its potential leaching into the state, or into Muskegon Lake, again, as was mentioned, there hasn't been any definitive evidence that that's happened. It is a risk, and so the combination of factors in the development program, including dewatering during construction, pervious surfaces or impervious surfaces at the site, stormwater management, and other things of that nature, native plantings along the vegetation buffer along the lake, those will all improve the risks related to that potential infiltration, along with $15 million in cleanup money. So while this is the one factor of contamination on the site that does not have a potential enforcement mechanism, as an example, if they got caught, building buildings without the appropriate ventilation or liners that were approved in their due care plan, there are enforcement mechanisms for that. So all these other pieces of contamination have enforcement mechanisms. The PFAS is the one exception. And again, PFAS was not well understood or a concern back when the original agreements were made, absolving the original polluter of liability, so that the state can be forgiven for that. But I believe that has a lot to do with why you see around the state in many cases they're subsidizing cleanup of PFAS in groundwater, even where there are municipal water and sewer services. I just wanted to kind of clarify that a little further.
Yeah, thank you, Director Coleman. I think you hit it. You made an excellent point that reflects the concern being shared by our commission right now, is that the PFAS situation is the one element that is non-enforced. There's not an enforcement element by Eagle, and that's why there's a focus on that with regard to the community's concerns and the commission's concerns and why we're discussing it here. It's not because we're trying to critique the project or the development to death. I don't want to speak for the commission. I welcome this development happening. I welcome seeing Windward Point come to fruition, while recognizing there are legitimate concerns about the PFAS situation. And as has been noted, the $15 million that had been secured, that was secured by Pure Muskegon for this PFAS situation, and they secured that knowing that they didn't have to clean up the PFAS in order for the development to move forward, but they wanted to do right by our community. And so I appreciate the efforts of Pure Muskegon to secure those resources and find ways to clean up the PFAS on site. And as Commissioner Emery indicated earlier, our entire community has a debt of gratitude. Owes a debt of gratitude to the Pure Muskegon folks for having acquired the property from Melching, getting out of that deed restriction, being able to do the environmental testing so that we even know what the conditions are there, and get us to the point where we are now with the prospect of getting it redeveloped. And Mr. Rooks and Parkland Properties has done even more testing beyond what Pure Muskegon has done. And they're testing every every portion of the property because they're doing their due diligence before they acquire it and move forward with the development. So it's even more knowledge that's being generated about the conditions of that site, which will help inform Eagle going forward with supervision and monitoring of the site. So as Commissioner Emery also said, it's through development that we're going to see the property cleaned up and the environmental contaminants mitigated. And I wanted to speak to someone mentioned earlier about during public comment about the waterfront marine, and that the city residents in 2012 had voted to rezone it. Now it was non-binding ultimately, but they voted to rezone it to waterfront marine. And I want to just share with you those principal uses that are permitted in waterfront marine, because they're not opposed. They align with the plan unit development that is being proposed to us today for consideration of adoption. And those principal uses permitted with the waterfront marine district include our marinas, including the out-of-water seasonal storage of boats, commissary facilities for the provision of food, beverages, and the like to be stored aboard boats, municipal or private beaches, retail businesses which supply commodities for persons using the facilities of the district, such as the sale of boats, engines, and accessories, fishing equipment, and other similar items, restaurants and cocktail lounges, hotels and motels, accessory buildings, and accessory use customarily incidental to the above principal uses permitted, and then uses similar to the above principal uses permitted. So there's a lot of overlap between the waterfront marine district that our citizenry had voted, by 55 to 45% to rezone this just over a decade ago, and this PUD reflects that in many ways. Now there's one big difference, and that's the residential. That residential is not allowed in waterfront marine, but we know that we need residential, very much so. And also the other thing to be of note with regard to residential development, it has the highest level of cleanup and mitigation required by Eagle for you to be able to do residential housing. So we want to see heightened level of cleanup and mitigation. Housing's the way to go on the property. We know from our housing needs assessment that there's at least 3,000 housing units in the city of Muskegon that we're going to need in the next 5 years. This is going to satisfy that, go a long way. This is going to take more than 5 years to develop. That's going to certainly help us. And because of the volume of housing, that density of housing, it allows for a breadth of housing options and a diversity of housing points, pricing points. So as Mr. Rooks noted earlier, DPZ design, which a lot of people call out and say, oh, we want to do that. That was nice. Let's do that. Let's do that. That had far fewer housing units, but a far higher average price point. And so it's through the volume and density and breadth of housing options that we're able to get a lower price point in housing, which I think will be beneficial to our community. And I really appreciate the call out of your employee makeup at Parkland Properties Now. It is a reflection of the diversity of our city, and it was nice to see your workforce be in close alignment with the diversity of our city's population. So I appreciate that. I do also want to say that I really appreciate Mr. Rooks and his team's engagement with our community, engagement with city staff, engagement with the Planning Commission, engagement with the City Commission and myself. You've been receptive to feedback from all the corners, and you've been responsive to that, and you've included that into your development. I know you and I have had several conversations, and I can't get everything that I want in it, but you've incorporated quite a bit that is appreciated, from public access and green spaces and so on. And there is a lot to like with this PUD mixed use development. I think it's going to be a great addition to our city and help support our Lakeside businesses as well. Now, I know people have some concerns about the traffic. Someone spoke about the traffic situation. A condition for this PUD is a traffic study will be conducted, reviewed, and published by the Public Works Director. So if there are concerns with the traffic, then we're either going to have to come up with solutions for our traffic ways, our roadways, or we're going to have to perhaps look at density. Although the trade-off of reducing density is potential for higher price points. So, we're mindful of that at the same time. So there is that traffic study that's going to be forthcoming, and a requirement for the PUD to be adopted ultimately. There will be a stormwater permit being granted by the engineering department as a condition, utility plan, and notably all applicable permits from the various state departments must be obtained. So Eagle has to sign off and permit this project for the PUD to become effective for this development and the land uses to proceed. And same thing with the marina and the marina slips. That's all thing that's going to require Eagle's permission for that to happen. And finally, that landscape management plan, inclusive of the native vegetative buffers. So, yeah. Sharing some additional thoughts running around in my head right now as to why I am supportive of the PUD, while recognizing that there are still continuing community concerns with regard to some environmental aspects that we are going to be working hand in hand on addressing and monitoring and being vigilant about. But Commissioner St. Clair.
Thank you. I don't have a whole lot to add that my very verbal fellow commissioners haven't already expounded on at great length. I will say that of the bench, I live the closest to this project. I, in fact, live close enough that in the summertime when my bedroom windows are open, I'm sure I'm catching the breeze from Windward Point. That said, I have the same concerns that everyone that I have spoken to has about the environmental impact. But I am aware that right now that breeze is blowing in my window unmitigated. And I am also aware that there's not a lot of people lining up to fix this problem. And it's been a problem for the entire time that I've owned my house. So while we can and should be very concerned about the potential impact of this, we also need to be very concerned about the potential impact of waiting. Because every time it rains, water is running into the lake right now. You know, I hear the concerns about PFAS, and like I said, I live very close to there. And I don't want to minimize that, but I also want to emphasize that we know that this development will not be allowed to aggravate the situation, that Eagle is not going to allow that. And we also know that currently, every time it rains, there is contamination likely running into the lake. So I don't see any way forward but to do this. You know, as we said, there's not been a long line of people lining up to take this on. And even if there were, I don't know that there's anybody that has more qualifications than Parkland. You know, they have a long track record of taking on this type of work and doing it successfully for decades now. And I think that in many ways that is a gift to us as a community, that we have somebody local who cares about the community, and we know where to find him if it doesn't go well. You know, this isn't, somebody said, somebody out of Colorado Springs that we may never see again. You know, we know where he is, and he knows we know. So,
right across the parking lot.
You know, I think that we could talk about this until the end of time. but I don't know that there's much left to say.
Thank you, Commissioner St. Clair. Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. If I heard correctly, Director Eckham, if you would like to come back to the podium, about the enforcement of some other municipalities that was doing development. There were some enforcement regulations that they had to do. And I guess my question would be, maybe to the city manager here, possible that the commission could enforce to clean up, to prevent leaching of PFAS due to the development.
Well,
And since there's no regulations on.
Well, I guess the development wouldn't, the development would lessen the possibility of PFAS contamination because of the improvements that would happen, the stormwater management and things of that nature. And then as far as environmental cleanup and regulation goes, I'm not sure that we're the entity that has the expertise to do that. I think a better approach would be to look at determining what would need to have, or what a best case scenario on cleanup is, and working with the developer to determine if there's a way that we can be of assistance in that regard. If it's bringing additional resources to the table to help in a partnership in that regard, as opposed to looking at it from an enforcement perspective, because we don't have the staff or the expertise to necessarily do that.
Yeah, and I don't mean it actually, spearheading it like that, but just, I guess, make the law to say, hey, we want this cleaned up and we don't want it leaching in the soil, or if they're going to develop there, we don't want to take the risk that this is possible threat and harmful to the residents that's going to be on that property. And just looking up, some of the things about PFAS, I didn't know it was a human-made chemical that doesn't break down easily, and it's used to make products that, resist grease, oil, stains, heat, and, like wax, paint, food packaging, firefighter foam, and more. But I guess these are just some of the chemicals that, after reading this, that's actually in the soil there that can really do harm. So, and if it's in the water or somehow exposed to animals, and Commissioner St. Clair mentioned how, rain could actually, be a factor also. And we're not the experts, as you stated, having Eagle or someone be on this, but I just want to make sure that we look at the safety before we move forward. And I know the developers and with the staff, and that's what they're doing, but that's a huge concern, and that's always been a concern since I was asked that question. What would I consider, as a individual and leader, to try to make it safe and environmental preservation?
So I think, everyone wants to make sure that we're putting forward the best development possible for the folks that are there, the city, the developer, the current owners, and I think to the point that the mayor made a moment ago about a residential use, as far as looking at the level of cleanup and safety factors have to be taken into consideration are higher than if it's industrial, or if it was not to be developed and left in its current state. So I think, looking at those things, moving forward with a development plan allows the developer to put together that due care plan, to work with the state, and utilize the grant monies that were provided by the state to help with that PFAS cleanup because of the releasing of SAPI from that. And this ability to have that plan in place, the the planned unit development, final use of what this area will look like in combination with working with Eagle and looking at how to use these grant dollars, which Eagle works with, will help to have a better product at the end of the day.
Just one last thing. What is that property zoned as?
It's currently zoned industrial.
Okay. Okay, and that was a question from a constituent also, and the concern was, and I just kind of read this here, if I can find it. It says the proposed memo and demonstration that Windward Point plan does not comply with the aspect of zoning ordinance to apply for a PUW or land zone in a I2 district, and that's talking about the section. I think it was 15. So could you expound on that?
Yeah. So I received that letter too.
Yeah, you got that too.
Yeah.
I just wanted some clarification.
I think so. To put it succinctly, sometimes zoning ordinances are confusing. A planned unit development is its own zoning ordinance. And the way that ours reads with overlays or conditions and things of that nature, you can put a PUD anywhere as long as it meets certain size requirements. And then the requirements for the PUD are the conditions that the Planning Commission goes through. There's, I believe, 7, John. And so what the Planning Commission did was we went through and looked at each one of those 7 conditions and determined if those conditions were met. All planning commissioners voted unanimously that each of those conditions were met for the PUD requirement. The existing zoning does not apply and is not generally a factor in the PUD conditions. An exception would be if it's residential and it's lakefront, there's a percentage of public access that has to be maintained. So the industrial use isn't a factor in the PUD consideration that we went through. So the zoning PUD recommendation from the Planning Commission was correct based on our PUD requirements.
Okay. Thank you for the explanation, City Manager. Appreciate it greatly.
Sorry if that was a little.
No, but the public knows also, and I know because I didn't know. So
So ultimately, with the PUD and the rezoning, so it will no longer the use by rights that are provided by I2 not carry forward if we adopt this PUD and it becomes effective. It'll be rezoned for these various different mixed uses contemplated in there. Director Ekholm.
Yeah, thank you. So, Vice Mayor German mentioned my previous statement regarding enforcement, and so I wanted to clarify that those enforcements weren't necessarily related to like mixed-use development. It was when PFAS first became known as a serious health concern to folks that drank well water that around the state of Michigan that contained PFAS as a potential carcinogen, that you started to see more attention paid to it. So this is within the last decade, plus minus. This is a relatively recent environmental concern that has been unearthed in the state of Michigan. So specifically, there was actually Army National Guard uses for fire retardant and things like that on bases. There were private corporations that utilized it in waterproofing and other things like that that ended up in groundwater that people drank. And so that's an important distinction. Primarily, as you mentioned correctly, it's got risks to the population in the event that the water is consumed. And so this entire site would be utilizing public utilities, and that is not the case. And so it's first became a health concern in more rural areas where people relied on well water. I want to make that distinction. The other thing that I want to do is clarify a statement. So earlier when I was speaking, I mentioned the correct statement that there is a real risk that PFAS could vent into Muskegon Lake, but as of now, the Grand Valley study indicated that there was no detects when they tested the lake water around the site. But if you look at the situation of the groundwater there is real risk that could happen. And so all of the elements in the stormwater management plan, other measures that Parkland could take regarding PFAS mitigation with that state grant and any other resources will only lessen that risk, is the point I was trying to make. So if we leave this site sitting here, whether it's Parkland or any other developer, if it sits here and does nothing, then whatever the site conditions are, as well as they are not understood, will continue.
All right. Thank you, Director Echo. Yeah, appreciate it.
Thank you, Vice Mayor German. Commissioner Hood, final thoughts?
Thank you.
I want to give an opportunity for Commissioner Gorman, because I haven't heard from her, if she has anything to ask.
What I have to say at 9:50 is I continue to be ready to vote, so I'm ready.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Gorman, because we do have another item after this.
Two. We've got a closed session.
Oh my dear Lord. Okie dokie. Yeah, we're going to be getting to vote. I was going to say additional thanks to the developer, but I'm going to reserve my thanks for the developer for another time for your continued interest in investing and growing with Muskegon. So, thank you. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Emery,
Yes.
Commissioner St. Clair,
Yes.
Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hood,
Yes.
Commissioner Ramsey,
Yes.
Vice Mayor German,
Yes.
Commissioner Gorman.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, thanks.
Well, you gotta ask the question. You got. You got someone.
Thank you, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
So we've got another couple of items, so thank you all for being here and your
Everyone's
patience.
gonna go home.
You don't want to stay for our next items, guys?
You don't care about the first quarter reforecast of our fiscal year budget?
Right.
Dinner.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go do that too.
Congrats.
You know, we just need to take a break.
Yeah.
Madam Clerk. What are those cheese bags?
Thank you for being here.
I appreciate it. Oh, I guess I think I know where you were. Thank you.
You know more about.
Yeah,
this
yeah,
stuff
you're
than
welcome. Thank
everything
you.
wanted to
Yeah.
do.
Hey, you gotta ask some questions, you know, so you know. Yeah. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. It's been a long road.
Hey, lady. Sorry.
Thank you.
Well, this part.
Oh yeah, Chip. Jesus.
Thank you. Oh, was this mine?
Yes.
Mine, but you ain't-
I have plenty. Yeah, I know. Everybody's got me started.
You about to get bumped.
I know.
Something.
Impromptu intermission.
Yeah.
Already announced.
Oh.
Excuse me, I got to present.
Yeah.
Take care. Be
See
well.
ya.
An impromptu intermission there, but we're going to get back to business. We've got a first quarter budget reforecast for fiscal year 2023-2024.
I'm going to condense my hour-long presentation to like 3 minutes.
Don't do it.
So you guys had the information for about a week or so. What I would like to do, if you want to, I could go through the highlights, and if you have any questions, we could go from there. So for the first quarter,
we had no really, for the general fund, we had no major or no adjustments for the revenue. We had some minor expenditures. I don't know if you want me to read through them or if you want me to. Okay.
Highlights.
Huh? Highlights. Okay. We did.
Because it's.
We did $5,000 for your salary study. We did $14,000 for newsletters. We decreased the city manager's budget by moving salaries. Let me see what else. Information. IT. We did the down payment for the BSA cloud migration. We are going to increase $5,000 to the Lakeside Festival. We did increase the second floor remodel. I think you guys approved that tonight. And street funds, major street funds, we added $40,000 for intersection repairs for Getty and Marquette. Local street, we increased by $625,000 for a couple of streets, Millard and Edgewater, and $75,000 for Second Street. We did some increase in revenue for brownfields and DDA because I guess our tax captures are going to increase, so Sarah increased that. For the arena, we increased the revenue by $13,000. And then we also had some expenditures increased about $15,000, so almost netted their sales out. Public improvement, we added $60,000 for the Nelson move and $400,000 for the Pure Marquette South restroom. The sewer fund, we had to increase some expenditures that we had the revenues in general fund, but they weren't allocated or recorded in this fund, so Dan sent us a reforecast to add that. So it was in our revenues, but it wasn't in our expenditures. And then for the water fund, you will see that $1 million bond payments. It's more of you guys are seeing it differently. We always had those bond payments in there. We had them as payables, and you did not see them in the expenditure. So what we're doing this year, we're putting them in a way that you can see them. So the $1 million is not new expenditure. It's just you guys are seeing it differently. Other than that, that's the major request, and you see that amount requested. I have the summaries of all those there. So if you have any questions, and also we included a package with all the things that highlighted in yellow that were changes. If you have any questions on any specific items, I can help answer those. If you have anything,
okay,
I can help you guys. But first quarter is usually the easiest one because there is only a quarter of the way through the year. So most of the time you'll see some major movement in the second or third quarter. But the first quarter is really easy.
So no shockers or surprises?
No shockers or surprises at this moment. No.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions for Director Grant right now? Mr. Manager,
I guess,
something to add?
yeah, I just want to add one or two things. Ken's team did great on this, so thank you.
Yes.
But for transparency's sake, what we've been doing on the cover sheets in the meetings is if we're anticipating a budget amendment for an item, we note that. But it also makes it easier for the finance team to go through and see where those are. So just want to.
I like to thank all the department heads and division heads and my assistant finance director to help me with this. So I just like everybody's done a great job of getting this together and getting this information to you.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you, Director Grant. I need a motion.
Motion to approve the first quarter FY 2023-24 budget reforecast as presented.
Support. Yeah, motion by Commissioner Ramsey, supported by Commissioner Hood. Roll call, please.
Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hood,
Yes.
Commissioner Ramsey.
Yes.
Vice Mayor German.
Yes.
Commissioner Gorman.
Yes.
Commissioner Emery.
She left.
Oh,
That's fine.
Absent.
Absent.
absent. Commissioner St. Clair.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right.
Got it down to 3 minutes, so.
Wonderful.
No.
Thank you, Director Grant. All right, Commissioners, any other business before we go to public comment on
I don't see the normal.
our final public comment period for the evening? Okay. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to give public comment at this time? What? You're welcome to give a comment again if you'd like. No? Okay. We don't have anyone in the audience wishing to give public comment. You can phone in right now if you wish to give phone-in comment. That phone number is 231-724-6721. When you're calling in, please turn down your computer or television or however you're watching this meeting. We're going to get interference and echo. We'll give that just a few more moments for people to potentially call in. I mean, people might have already gone to bed.
I would have.
I am.
I just took my pill.
And one more, 231-724-6721 to call in. All right, we have no takers for phone-in public comment. So we do have a pending matter for closed door session. So, oh, we do have one phone in. Okay. So, are they live? Welcome. This is the City of Muskegon City Commission meeting. Could you please state your name and if you are a city resident, which neighborhood you reside in, or if you live outside of the city, which city, township, or village you may live in?
Roy. I'm at 284 West Grand in Nelson. I just wanted to thank you for all of your efforts on the development, but also to state that we've clearly identified a need to follow up on the PFAS issue. So going forward, I'm hoping to see everyone tracking that $15 million is in fact spent on determining the best way to remediate that PFAS and ensure it does not enter Muskegon Lake, and that we need to also hold the state accountable to help us along that route. So I just wanted to advocate for that and expect that all of you to join us in that advocacy as we go forward. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you phoning in your comment.
Thank you.
Anyone else on the line calling in? Okay. Then is someone ready with the motion?
I am.
So moved.
Ready.
What for?
I move to go into closed session to consult with our attorneys regarding settlement strategy in connection with case the Mason Atkins United States District Court for the Western District of Michigan, Southern Division, case number 122-CV-67-PLM-PJG, because an open meeting would have a detrimental effect on the settlement position of the City of Muskegon.
Support.
Support. All right, we got a motion by Commissioner St. Clair, supported by Commissioner Emery. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Hood,
Yes.
Commissioner Ramsey,
Yes.
Vice Mayor German,
Yes.
Commissioner Gorman. Yes. Commissioner Emery,
Yes.
Commissioner St. Clair,
Yes.
Mayor Johnson.
Yes.
Motion passes.
I've never understood why